Good morning, everybody. I am Amy with a Y, and I am here to introduce the panel for this morning. It is the Planned Parenthood Great Rivers panel, and let's see, again, I can't express how prepared I am for what I'm doing right now. I just put a note in a group chat and said I'll show up and read things if you need me to, so bear with me. So about Planned Parenthood Great Rivers, formerly Planned Parenthood of the St. Louis region in southwest Missouri, is the leading provider, educator, and protector of sexual and reproductive health care in the St. Louis region, Missouri Ozarks, and beyond, as it has been for more than 90 years. They provide high-quality, convenient health care for all genders, and they're here for you with or without insurance. Book your appointment online at any one of their 9 health centers. So we have got a few panelists today. Our first panelist is Izzy Delore. I believe I pronounced that correctly.
Perfectly.
The education coordinator at Planned Parenthood Great Rivers, PPGR is the acronym. Pronouns are she, they. Favorite thing to do for your own well-being in your free time? Looks like walking, being outside, same, communing with the trees and birds, yoga in the park, and deeply studying ancient astrology. That is interesting. So that's Izzy. We also have, looks like there was a little bit of a change in the speaker. So we've got Sam Battaglia, Practicum Student Ed Department. Pronouns are she, her. Your favorite thing to do for your own well-being? Yoga, walks in the park, and being outside generally. Totally agree. I love the summer. I am from Minnesota where it's cold half the year, so being outside is amazing in the summer. And then we have Miriam Bayed, Practicum student, pronouns she, her. Favorite thing to do for your own well-being? Read, cook, and park walks with your dog. So these are our 3 panelists. I will let them start talking because I'm sure they have interesting things to say. Thanks everybody for being here, and I'll let you guys take it over. There you go. Sorry, I'm going to grab my old-timey purse from up here.
Yeah.
There you go. Cool.
Thank you so much, Amy. Hello, everybody. I'm Izzy, she, they pronouns. So we are using the word panel very loosely today. So the way that today is going to be set up, also tell me if the feedback in the mic is irritating to anyone, please. But today, we are actually going to be doing a Kahoot. I don't know if everyone here is familiar with this platform. So it's a game that we often utilize for those who are able to use internet. Does everyone have access to the internet, is my question. Yeah, I'm seeing nods. If anyone does not have access, can they please raise their hand? Okay, can we get assistance with the internet if possible? I cannot pretend like I am the expert on the internet here. You've got it? Okay. Can you help those who have issues? I believe this person, were you having an issue, or do you? Oh, that is okay. Then, for those who do not have a device to play with, I hope that you can just play along in your head. Is that all right? Okay, awesome. So there is a QR code on the screen for everyone who has the smartphone capabilities. You'll just open your camera app and then try to align it with the QR code. A link should pop up so that you are able to click on it and enter the game. I'm going to allow just like a couple more moments for everyone to get on there. And if you're having difficulties, please gesture towards me and we will figure it out together. So I don't believe you're able to pick your username. They just give you like a fun little username to go off of. Hopefully, sorry, were you talking to me?
Oh, sorry, no, I was just muttering.
No, that's okay. Muttering's good. Yeah,
had like 3 tries of like things.
Awesome. Yeah. So hopefully, I would imagine that you all are able to know who you are. Do you know your username? Okay, perfect. Awesome. Okay, just going to give a few more moments. Yeah, if you're having trouble with the QR code, I believe that you can just put into your URL www.kahoot.it, and then you can enter this game pin. The pin is 1159137. All right. Hi, how are you doing? Good, good. Great. Okay. Yes. All right, we are going to get started in just a moment. The pin is 1159137. So the game will start shortly. Before the game actually starts, there are a few slides. Okay. Are we okay to get started, folks? If anyone dissents, somehow gesture towards me. Okay. I'm going to get started here. So, this is the platform Kahoot. I want to go ahead and make a disclaimer that my work as education coordinator at Planned Parenthood has predominantly been with 5 to 9-year-olds. So, I have not worked with anyone who is taller than me or around my height in quite some time, so I'm very happy to have Sam and Miriam here to fill in the gaps where my brain is usually trying to manage 5-year-olds in a classroom. So again, the code, the game pin is 1159137, and I believe it'll give you the capability to enter the game as we go. So this is called Better Late Than Never, Sex Ed with Planned Parenthood Great Rivers, PPGR. Next. So before we start, we want to do the bare minimum and make a land acknowledgement. So St. Louis's Union Station occupies the unceded ancestral, traditional, and contemporary lands of the Osage Nation, Otoe, Missouri, Illinois Confederacy, Quapaw, Ho-Chunk, Miami, and many other tribes as the custodians of the land that has been systematically destroyed by the United States imperialists. We in this community acknowledge that we are beneficiaries of an American legacy of indigenous genocide. We encourage you to do your own research on tribal removal, tribal sovereignty, and the history of the land that you reside. A good source to start, if you haven't ever heard of it before, is native-land.ca. So again, that's native- is that the right term, land.ca. So some group norms. I know that Skepticon does a really great job like putting together guidelines, but we just want to offer these as well. So if you are to share, no one is required to share. We don't force participation. Please share from your own perspective. So with I statements, speaking from you. One voice at a time. I have rampant ADHD. So when multiple people talk at a time, I can get quite confused. All questions are welcome. So I will actually be showing, I'm not sure if it'll let me show you. I'm not sure if I have the capabilities to show you, but at the end of this session, we will have a QR code and a link if you want to submit anonymous questions. If you don't feel like submitting them anonymously and just want to talk out loud, you're welcome to do that. Step up, step back. So that refers to stepping up if you are feeling shy and like you want to hide, but you really want to say something. I want to invite you to push yourself to your learning edge. I don't want to make anyone do anything more than they want to do, but I hope that you can feel comfortable to share your thoughts. You can speak in rough drafts, as in they don't have to be fully formed thoughts. Step back if you notice that, hey, I've been speaking a lot, and I haven't really heard anyone's voice in a while, so maybe I should make some space for other people. You can always pass. Again, no one is required to participate. We ask that you take care of yourself and hope that you can have fun during this. All right, so this is where we'd like to start out. I understand that we're all a little bit spread out. I'm wondering if you are so feeling like you can talk to other people, especially strangers. If not, you can absolutely go on your notes app in your phone and self-reflect or talk to the person next to you. But I'm wondering if we can take 5 to 7 minutes to reflect on what was your sex ed experience like growing up. And I'm asking you all to think of these 3 prompts. What, if anything, are you happy that you were exposed to in sex ed growing up? What were you disappointed by? What do you wish had been presented to you? Does anyone have any questions about what we're doing right now? Looking around to make sure. Okay, are we all on board with this? Yeah? Cool, I'm seeing nods, I'm seeing thumbs up. Okay, can one of you put a timer for about 7 minutes? And if I notice that everyone is just silent and staring at me, we will wrap it up quicker than that. Sound good, everyone? All right, let's go. Okay. Hello. Hi, everyone. Are we good to wrap up and come back to the group? If anyone is like in dissent, please somehow let me know. Okay, I am not getting any strong dissent, so we are going to carry on. If anyone is so brave and would like to share what you all discussed, no pressure, but I would love to hear. Yeah, go for it. Absolutely. Um, Thank you. A mic is coming your way. Yeah.
So, the one really positive thing, I was about 13 or 14, and I was supposed to do a report on some topic, and the topic I chose was abortion. And I called Planned Parenthood. I told them what I was trying to do. They said, we're going to send you some information. And in that conversation, they found out I was a preteen and an early teenager. And the very, very wise person who put together the packet of stuff she sent me included a pamphlet that was birth control, the methods that always work, that sometimes work, and never work. That was awesome.
No, that's so great to hear. I'm glad you had a positive experience and that when you reached out for help, you were given it and accepted. I'm so glad. Yeah, go for it.
So I grew up really, really religious, and I had never thought about any positive experience I'd had, but I realized that I had had one. My mother was the fifth of 5 girls. Her older sisters used to make her go buy pads for her, and then none of them told her shit about periods for some reason. And so her first period, she was sleeping over at her cousin's house, and it was traumatic for her.
Yeah.
Like and so she was determined that her children would not have that experience. I'm transgender, so I did get a period when I was 11. So like, yeah, no, but my mother talked to me and my sister relatively young about menstruation and what to expect. And by the time we were 9, we were carrying pads because she's like, even if you don't need them, maybe one of your classmates is embarrassed and needs one. So the first time I had my period, like, she let me lie in her bed, and my cousin came over, and they were trading war stories about leaking because they had crappy pads in Pakistan or something. So it was actually really positive. I mean, that was the only positive experience I had as far as sex as a kid, but it was still good, you know?
Yeah. Wow, I love that. So far, I'm not hearing any what school has provided sex ed, which is what I'm noticing, but I'm glad that other resources.
So I came up in the 80s and 90s, graduated in the year 2000, and I just contrasting it with what my kids have today, which is a fairly good sex education. What stands out to me in my memory is the discussion of how bad STIs are and how, like, you're ruined if you ever get one. And I don't remember any sex positivity or very little about consent. So that was in public school in Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah, go for it.
I graduated high school in 1987, and my school experience has 2 chapters. My first chapter is when I was in first grade, and a kid I'm going to call Kevin Benight, 'cause that was his name, spilled the beans to the entire class of little Catholic Cincinnatians, like in graphic detail, way before many of these kids still thought Santa Claus was real. And so that I had to have it all explained to me by my mom and my brother at the same time. So we had a book in the house. There was a book on human sexuality that we were allowed to check out and look through. In high school, I was trained by the Jesuits, which is kind of like being a Catholic Jedi, and they turned me into an atheist, actually. But they actually had a remarkably sex-positive, I had a remarkably sex-positive teacher. It wasn't the health teacher. He was one of the religious. And that was actually, when I was a junior, the most so lucky thing, because so many other Catholic kids got nothing. Oh my God, back up cover, what she kind of what she said about the scariness of STDs. Plus, they were not specific enough back in 1989, so you never knew what you might have gotten.
Yes, I hear that. I thank you for sharing, everyone. Would anyone else like to share, even if it's a negative experience? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone who else wants to share. I just want to ask this, put it out there. Does anyone want to share what you wish you had learned growing up? Or I guess the way I like to think of it in my head is that later when you encounter it, you're like, why didn't I learn this in school? This would have been actual life skills instead of trigonometry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, go for it. Can we get a mic back there? Okay.
Trust me, my voice is, yeah. So one thing that I wish that was talked about in school or just in general is how different the experience can be from individual to individual. Because I had the unfortunate luck of being 9 when I got to encounter what nature had in store for me for the next 50 years. And then from that point on, there was many hospital visits, things that my friends did not have similar to me, and I thought I was very broken and not a normal human.
Yeah.
Which was very unfortunate, and I didn't get any of that. And of course, our medical field only just recently started testing tampons and pads with actual human blood. So the fact that it's 2024 and we're just now doing this is really unfortunate. So I think giving that education, just saying, hey, it's okay if things are not exactly how it is in the textbook, because most of the time the textbook is wrong.
Yes.
So I think having that very changing education with health helpful, but I thinking that's going to happen anytime soon, but that is what I wish were true for sex education.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for sharing. And what's coming up for me in response to that is that I think about how our systems in this country are set up by and for cis-het white men, and are not taking people in different bodies and experiences into account. So when we deviate from the norm, what else are you supposed to think then? I'm broken, the problem is me, if you've never encountered models that reflect your experience. So I really appreciate you bringing that up, because we have a long battle ahead of us, as we always do. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for sharing that. I just wanted to get that to start with, and we are going to commence to the game portion. So, did I start it already? Okay, it seems like I've started it without even realizing. I so apologize. Okay, so the question is, what is the most common symptom of an STI, sexually transmitted infection? The answers are itching in red, unusual smell in blue, burning in yellow, no symptom in green. I thought I gave it more time, but apparently not. Okay. All right. So it looks like a lot of us got the answer. It is no symptom. So this is the thing when, with STIs, I'm going to take a step back because I meant to introduce this quiz a little more before jumping right into it. So I understand that we're all coming in with our own experiences. A lot of us may be self-educated because we had to be, because the resources that were supposed to support us and teach us about our own health were lacking. But this is just kind of a baseline to kind of get us all on the same page. And after this, I'm going to allow ample time for question and answers so that we can address things if this is completely not at all what you wanted to talk about. But yes, so the most common symptom is no symptom at all. And that is important because people think that if you are sexually active and you don't notice anything, you are fine. Like there's nothing to worry about. But in reality, we are not well taught around how to communicate with others, especially around our own health. We're often shamed for if we happen to get sick or ill in any way. We are taught that it is a moral failing rather than something that is part of the human condition. So unfortunately, like not everyone is given or taught the skills of how to be honest about when like they are feeling ill. I'm sure that we've experienced that through this COVID pandemic. Yes. Okay. Yes. No, that's beautiful. I'm just so the mic picks this up. The audience member said that they wish they had known that you can still contract HPV even if you get the 3 series Gardasil shot. So HPV is incredibly common. Like I believe there are many comedians who have made jokes about how like the vast majority of the population has HPV without even knowing about it. Please correct me if I'm wrong, folks, but I believe the vaccine helps with preventing cervical cancer and does not necessarily like prevent the actual contraction of HPV. Is that correct? Sort of? Oh. Is the mic on? Technical difficulties. You want my-
So from what I know is that there's several strains of HPV, so the vaccine protects against certain strains, the ones that are most likely to cause cancer, but you can still get it. A lot of times they clear up on their own, you know, and that's what we find out through pap smears and whatnot, but yeah, exactly.
Awesome, thank you, Miriam. Okay. Any other questions for this question? Okay, moving on to the next question. It seems like I did not save it so that it has more than a minute or more than 30 seconds. So it looks like the timing for these questions are 30 seconds. I turned off the points, so that's why no one has points. My apologies. Okay, so we did bring these. My apologies as well if you are not from the St. Louis region, but there is an organization called Get Yourself Tested, and we will have physical handouts of the Get Yourself Tested STL edition. So it gives you a lot of resources for where in the area you can get tested for STIs and HIV. So just, I understand that the text, at least from where I'm seeing it, you can't read it very well. But this is just so you know that these resources are out here, and we do have the handouts if you are interested. All right, next question. Multi-select. How often should you get tested for STIs? Choose the best 2 answers. So in red, we have if in a long-term monogamous relationship, once a year. In blue, every 3 months. In yellow, for multiple partners, every 6 months or before each new partner. In green, after you have sex. So I believe this closes out automatically after everyone who's in the game answers or when the time comes up. All right. Okay, so the 2 answers that we have selected are if in a long-term monogamous relationship, once a year, and for multiple partners every 6 months or before each new partner. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's wrong in any sense to get tested every 3 months. If that is what makes you comfortable, if that is what works for you, absolutely. Like, do what makes you feel comfortable and what you have access to. But this is what is generally recommended before each new partner seems to be a good, like, precedent, I believe, because you don't know if something. We want to believe that when we're in relationships with people that they'll always be very honest with us. And humans are infallible. So sometimes, like, things come up. So it's best that we just know our status before we have new partnerships. Any questions? Yeah, go ahead.
So, the reason I was always told every 3 months is because if you have enough multiple partners, before every new partner would be like, every week.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
that's why I've always been told every 3 months. But is that accurate? Or?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's not accurate. Like, absolutely, as you're saying, like, if you're having multiple partners and you are, like, seeing new people on such a regular basis, I think that is absolutely, like, what you should go by. I think this is just a standard, like, if you're not having sex with a new person every few weeks kind of recommendation. I'm in no way saying that every 3 months is incorrect. Does that make sense to everyone? Yeah? Cool. All right, next question. Well, actually, here's the non-existent scoreboard. And the other page of the Get Yourself Tested STL edition, again, I know I can't read that, so I really doubt any of you can. But that is exposure to what the pamphlet looks like that we will have available. All right, next question. If you think you were exposed to HIV, you can take what medication up to 3 days after to prevent HIV transmission? In red, we have Plan B. In blue, we have PEP, post-exposure prophylaxis. In yellow, we have Gardasil vaccine. In green, we have PrEP, pre-exposure prophylaxis. All right, so the answer is PEP, post-exposure prophylaxis. So the important thing with PEP is that, for those who don't know, PEP is not a one-time medication. You have to take, once you begin PEP, you take that medication once or multiple times a day for 28 days. Does that make sense to everybody? Anything you all would add to that? Yeah? Okay, cool. So difference between PEP and PrEP, I'm sure that many of you might know the difference between post and pre. But pre is before exposure, post is after exposure. All right. Non-existent scoreboard. Oh, look, 3 of you have reached an answer streak 3. Good job. All right. So this is my moment to plug the Right Time Grant. So this is for those of you who are curious, have not quite found how to afford birth control. So the Right Time Grant allows you to look at your options in the region that you are in and to see what providers around you may provide free or low-cost birth control. So especially without insurance, because we know that it is a privilege to have insurance in this country. Yeah. All right. So we will also have some little handouts for the Right Time Grant if anyone is interested. All right, next quiz question, multi-select. Plan B is not as effective for people who weigh over 165 pounds. What are 2 more effective options for larger bodies? In red, we have the copper IUD. In blue, please forgive me, I might mispronounce this, misoprostol. In yellow, we have Ella, and in green, mifepristone. Pristone? Yeah. All right, so the answers are the copper IUD and Ella. So Ella is a pill that is similar to Plan B. It is just formulated so that it is more effective for larger bodies. The copper IUD can be inserted. What is the time frame after having unprotected sex that a copper IUD would work? I want to say the sooner the better. Well, that's always the case, but I want to say within like 72 hours. The two other medications that are listed, misoprostol and mifepristone, if I'm mispronouncing that terribly, I'm so sorry. Those are the two medications that are used in what's called the abortion pill. So the difference between an abortion pill and emergency contraceptive is that emergency contraceptive stops a pregnancy before it occurs. The abortion pill ends a pregnancy after it has occurred. Any questions? All right, y'all are doing so good. Okay. Oh, look, good job, dynamic elk. Okay, next question. Multi-select. Which of these is a sign of a healthy relationship? I believe multiple answers are good for here. In red, expecting to always anticipate the other's wants and needs. In blue, equating intensity and immediate vulnerability with trust and intimacy. In yellow, when boundaries are permeable and unclear. In green, romanticizing those who you are in a relationship with. In light blue, honoring each person's autonomy. In purple, when everyone in the relationship is equally valued. Okay, good job, everybody. So the two answers that we've selected are honoring each person's autonomy and when everyone in the relationship is equally valued. So I do notice that there were a few people who picked romanticizing those who you are in relationship with and equating equating intensity and immediate vulnerability with trust and intimacy. So before I speak on that, would anyone like to share why they believe those might not be signs of a healthy relationship? Yeah, go ahead. Yes. What? Yeah, go ahead.
So the intensity at the beginning
Mhm.
and immediate vulnerability is sometimes an abuser tactic too,
Mhm.
where they'll offer themselves and be like, "Oh, I'm such a sad little person, like
Mhm.
feel bad for me," and you're like, "Aw, only that's me." So yeah, just be skeptical of that because most people take a while to build trust. They don't just immediately go to, "You are my everything, and I will tell you every problem."
No, absolutely. I believe there's a quote by James Baldwin. I think he was talking about activism more, but warning to not confuse a fever with passion. So a lot of time when we're feeling really like, whoa, like very intense about a new person, yeah, you're getting a lot of dopamine hits. Your nervous system could also be very dysregulated. It may be reminding you, if you grew up in an unhealthy environment growing up, maybe there's a sense of familiarity and comfortability in the familiarity in whatever relationship dynamic you're finding. And it is good to question, like, was that relationship dynamic that I came from the healthiest? And what were the impacts of that on how I form relationships now? For romanticizing those who you are in relationship with, so the reason why I didn't pick this as a sign of a healthy relationship is that what I've come to learn, I do a lot to try to integrate Indigenous teachings into my work. And what I found is that when you romanticize someone, there is a sense of dehumanization. When you put someone on a pedestal, you're not honoring them as a full human being who can be fallible and who, like, comes with their own like upbringing and teachings and learnings that may not always result in a healthy relationship. So that does not make anyone a bad person, and it does not make them perfect in any sense. Does that make sense to everyone? Awesome. Y'all are doing great. It's going to show us a scoreboard again. Good job for players. Okay. What is the largest sex organ? So the answers are, in red, the genitals, in blue, the skin, in yellow, the brain. All right, 5 seconds. Okay, so the majority of y'all got it right. The skin, because the skin is all over our body. So the skin is how we feel a lot of our sensory, like we get a lot of our sensations. They do say that the most important sex organ is the brain, because this is where like all of the neurons fire off and they tell the different parts of our bodies what sensations we are feeling. So that is often what sex educators will share as a fun little fact, that the skin is the largest sex organ, while the brain is the most important one. Any questions? No dissent I'm seeing. Okay. All right. Next question. Multi-select. What resources might we recommend to explore your own erotic pleasure? So in red, Pornhub. In blue, 50 Shades of Grey. In yellow, Pleasure Activism, The Politics of Feeling Good by Adrienne Marie Brown. In green, Afrosexology. All right. So the two answers that we have chosen are Pleasure Activism, The Politics of Feeling Good by Adrienne Marie Brown. Highly recommend, if you all are not familiar with Adrienne Marie Brown, another one of her work that is highly impactful is Emergent Strategy and Afrosexology. So Afrosexology is actually co-founded, the three of us, these two are still in the Brown School. I also attended the Brown School of Social Work, and one of our professors, Delisha Saw, is the co-founder of Afrosexology. So I always love to plug Delisha and Afrosexology. The origin story for Afrosexology is that when Delisha was at the Brown School, she was, it was 2014, and people were like protesting because we live in St. Louis, and that is when Michael Brown was shot. So she was expending so much energy towards trying to convince people that her life mattered, and she felt that there wasn't any space to actually focus on, rather than just survival, what actually brings about joy. So that's kind of the founding principles of Afrosexology. They have free resources online. I highly recommend them. So 50 Shades of Grey, does anyone want to share why that might not be the best place to explore your own erotic pleasure? Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I would say from what I've seen from the kink community is that no one is very on board with 50 Shades of Grey or feels like that's a very accurate representation of how the community would like itself to be presented. A big reason why I have studied so much into the kink community is I feel like because you were put in such vulnerable positions, you must learn how to effectively communicate like what you would like to happen, what you are not okay with happening, as well as learning other signals of how to communicate what you would like to end. And I have not heard that many people get that message from 50 Shades of Grey. Pornhub is also a toss-up. I understand that, unfortunately, Pornhub can be some people's only sex education, especially if that is not, they weren't offered any other sources. And what we need to remember is that most of the time, these are paid actors, and a lot of what is seen on the screen is orchestrated. If you ever look into how those videos are created, you will see that not that not a lot of sex is happening, but it's not happening directly as it's seen on the screen. And I think that a lot of this time, this can set people up with false expectations or believing that sex must look a certain way because it gives you a certain image and often is in what we call the male gaze rather than what is really centering on the pleasure of other bodies. Okay, I'm gonna move on if no dissent is shown. All right, go dynamic elk. Multi-select. When you are in a healthcare setting, which of the following are you allowed to do? In red, fire your provider. In blue, request that the provider write something down in their notes. In yellow, advocate for your own needs. In green, refuse to have a resident shadow your visit. All right, so you are allowed to do all of these things. When you are in a healthcare setting, who is the person that has the autonomy over your own health? Yes, it's you. So even if the provider in the room is, quote unquote, the more knowledgeable other, maybe, yes, you would like them to have gone through much medical training. And they do not know what it means to be in your own body. They do not know what the touch feels like in your body. And unfortunately, not every provider is going to hear and listen to everything that you say. So I love to encourage people to know that they are allowed to refuse their provider. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, and that's very fair. And I think that's really up to the individual. Like, if you are in that kind of teeter-tottering point and you're willing, like you said, I understand that this is going to go towards education, then I think, yeah, let them do it. But if someone is super uncomfortable and they're just like, I just don't want another person in here, they absolutely can say, actually, I don't want another person here. This is making me already feel super vulnerable. Yeah, Lou.
Everybody ends up in the room watching her. And it's a wonderful illustration for in the place of that problem. Who knew about that all the way back to the
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's also important to mention here that with those in racialized and otherwise oppressed bodies, the feeling of being surveilled and extracted from, especially in medical settings, can feel a lot more potent. So I think that with those considerations in mind, those might be contributing factors towards the decision to not have an extra person in the room for any reason. Yeah. Okay, next question, because yeah, go ahead.
On the flip side, too, you can consent to having someone or request someone who's in the room if you don't feel comfortable being by yourself with the provider or just wanting to get a lot of to make sure everything's done smoothly.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I don't, okay, the microphone picked up on that, so the closed captioning got that, so I'm happy to hear that. Okay, dynamic elk, you are doing so good. Wow. Okay, quiz, multi-select. Which of these is not a component of consent? So in red, someone changes their mind about doing something and is accepted for that. In blue, someone asks to sex their partner and their partner agrees. In yellow, assuming that someone will like anything that you like. In green, when a date takes you back to their place and pulls out a condom. Again, which of these is not a component of sex? Multiple answers are accepted. All right, so looks like we got it. The two components that are not a component of consent, assuming that someone will like anything that you like, that is, we are not mind readers, so there's no way for us to know that. And when a date takes you back to their place and pulls out a condom, it feels like both of those have to do with making assumptions without actually checking in with the other person. Skipping. So consent is fries. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with this framework, but so fries is an acronym to describe components that we believe should be necessary in consent. So freely given, reversible, informed, enthusiastic, and specific. So these components are important because, one, the example I used to like to give my middle schoolers is that, say your best friend told you that they wanted to go see a movie, or no, let me go back. They wanted to go take you to get your favorite food, but then when they pull up in their car, they're like, actually, we have to stop by like 5 other places, and eventually we'll go get the food. You didn't consent to all of those other steps beforehand. Maybe you're okay with it, but maybe you're not. And because we're human, we are always able to change our mind, and it's okay for the other person to feel upset that you changed your mind, but it's not okay for them to take that upsetness out on you. Any questions about this framework? Okay, gonna move on. All right. What is the first step to putting on an external condom? Some review. Red, check the expiration date. Blue, tear open the package. Yellow, press the package between your fingers. The pillow test. In green, identify which way the condom rolls down. All right, so the very first step you want to do is check the expiration date. You do not want to use an expired condom. It will not be as effective. It could tear more easily. So this is the portion where our lovely practicum students are going to demonstrate how to put on a condom, just in case anyone needs review. Okay, would y'all like to?
Okay, can you hear me? All right. Step 1, check the expiration date. Step 2, press the package between your fingers. This is the pillow test. This is to make sure that it isn't open previously. Tear open the condom package.
Lube. I was like, this feels weird.
Another step, make sure that it is a condom.
2027. I was like, this seems different. Okay.
Okay. 4, identify which way the condom unrolls, the party hat test. Step 5, pinch the top of the condom to remove the air. Step 6, place the condom on the head of the penis or model here. Step 7, unroll the condom to the base of the shaft. And then step 8, have fun. Step 9, pull out. Step 10, remove the condom from the model and discard.
Beautifully done. Okay. Any questions about the external condom demonstration? And we did bring a ton of condoms, just like you're in college again. So there are a bunch of condoms out on that table, as well as some FC2s and slash known as internal condoms. Okay, next question. Which methods of contraception are long-acting reversible contraceptives, also known as LARCs? In red, the patch and the pill. In blue, IUD and implant. In yellow, IUD and the pill. In green, the ring and the depot shot. And then the image above shows the different contraceptive methods. All right, so the long-acting reversible contraceptives that were listed are the IUD, so the intrauterine device that often looks like a small little T that gets implanted up in your cervix, and the implant, which is like, I'm bad at a guesstimation, it's about like an inch, I would say. It's like a little green plastic stick that gets inserted into your arm. You can usually feel it. It's actually quite a strange sensation. I do want to say that different methods work differently for different bodies. So someone might have a really great experience with the implant. You might not. You might have a really great experience with an IUD and someone else does not. And again, these particular contraceptives, as most of the birth control that is out there, is intended for those with uteruses because they are not normally made by people with uteruses. So there's that. All right. What is the purpose of the clitoris? Red, urination. Blue, pleasure. Yellow, it is another name for the vagina. In green, it is excess skin. All right, beautifully done, everybody. So the only purpose of the clitoris is for pleasure. The clitoris has thousands of nerve endings, and its sole purpose is for the person with the clitoris to experience pleasure. Questions? It is not excess skin. All right. Next question, multiple answers. What type of lube can you use with latex condoms? In red, silicone-based. In blue, water-based lube. In yellow, oil-based lube. In green, household items like baby oil, aloe vera, and olive oil. And the image shown is a picture of different types of lube. Okay, yes, so the answers here are water-based lube and silicone-based lube. Would anyone like to share why oil-based lube is not appropriate to use with latex condoms? Yeah, Yeah? Yeah? Yeah, exactly. Would y'all describe it in a different manner or? No? Yeah, I would agree. Nicely done. Okay, next question. Quiz, multi-select, multiple answers. So Planned Parenthood health centers, state laws dependent, offer which of the following services? Choose all that apply. In red, STI, HIV testing. In darker blue, birth control. In yellow, gender affirming hormone therapy or GAT. In green, testicular cancer screening. In lighter blue, abortion. In purple, pregnancy care. The picture shown is a picture of our new logo, our new branding name, Planned Parenthood Great Rivers. Yeah. Okay, so the answer is all of these. Planned Parenthood health centers, state laws dependent. We do know that we are currently in Missouri unable to provide abortion. But yes, we do provide all of these services, state laws dependent / pending based on, you know, quote unquote democracy. Any questions? All right. Next question, multi-select. A friend discloses that they've experienced sexual assault. What are the steps you could take? Choose all that apply. In red, report the person who hurt your friend to the quote-unquote authorities. In blue, believe the survivor's experience and support their decisions. In yellow, educate yourself on support resources in the area. In green, share their story on social media and tag the person that harmed them. All right, nicely done, everybody. It looks like everyone got this one. Yes, you want to believe the survivor's experience and support their decision, as well as educate yourself on support resources in the area. So, since no one picked this, I might need to ask, but why might we not want to share their story on social media and tag the person that harmed them? Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, so retaliation is possible and you could get in trouble with the law, and we don't need to be cops in our own communities, do we? Yeah, go ahead.
In general, you shouldn't be sharing information that is forceful.
Absolutely.
Like, you might be, if it's, you know, maybe your friends don't know if they're having sex.
Mm-hmm.
Any number of things.
Yeah. Exactly. It's not your information to share. It is wholly the person who experienced it to decide what they want to do. All right. Okay. Wow. That was the end of our Q&A session, our quiz portion. So now we are opening up. If anyone has any questions, if you prefer to ask it anonymously, we have an ability to put on a QR code. You can scan it if you want to ask your questions anonymously, or you can text to number 37607. You must text this auto-generated, AI-generated wording, humble pants, 150. That is HUMBLEPANTS, 150, to number 37607. Or if you're feeling so bold, just raise your hand, and I assume you can project, or a mic will be given to you. Yes. Anything that you really wish we had covered, anything that you thought that this was going to be about, and you were like, oh, we just did a quiz on like things that we should know by now. Yeah, go ahead.
What do you feel is the appropriate age to begin to teach children about these things?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I feel particularly primed to answer this question because, like I said earlier, I teach 5 to 9-year-olds. And the work that I do is I go in the classroom. We first talk about, we start on a baseline. What do families look like? Does every family look the same? Does everyone have two parents? Does everyone have two parents of the same gender? To just kind of like discuss that people's experiences are different. And then we go into the portion of what does your body look like? What does your body feel like? And what I notice from my experiences, I keep breaking this mic, is that the children, even at 5 years old, already have internalized a belief that talking about their body is bad, quote unquote. They say it's quote unquote inappropriate. They've been inundated with messages that to talk about your private parts, to talk about your genitals is not an okay thing to do. And it is my personal belief that when you start that young believing that parts of your body are so foreign and scary to you, you're not able to learn like what to do when it starts feeling different, when hair starts growing down there, when you like blood starts like bleeding out of you. So I believe that like there are ways to talk to kids as young as the parents will allow, so that they can learn to not hate their bodies, because under capitalism we are taught that our bodies are flawed and that we must buy things to fix them. And that they're so shameful that we must not know anything about them until a situation presents itself and we must, like, something happens and then we feel like it's our fault because we had no clue what was happening because no one told us before. Did that answer your question? Yeah? Does anyone else want to add to that? Or have any questions about my answer? Yeah? Okay. Any other questions? Yeah.
Masculine presenting people in the entire school.
Yeah.
So I've only been teaching for half a semester, but I've already had students come in and ask me these kind of questions. What do you recommend for resources that I can give them to help them?
No, that's a really good question. So just in case it actually looks like the closed captioning is doing great. They're picking up on everything. Okay, so for around that age range, but honestly even younger, a resource that I heavily rely on is amaze.org. I don't know if you've ever heard of them, but so the predominant for amaze.org, that is usually targeted towards middle schoolers, but there are resources for younger children that, since I work with ages 5 through 9, I often utilize Amaze Junior. So there are many videos that are like developmentally appropriate to talk about the body. I often show them videos about like what are gender stereotypes for. I show like my kindergartners through third graders the same video, and of course at different developmental like levels they have different reactions, but I think that's a really great source to start with students at that age. It is tricky when you're working with children because you don't want to provide such inconsistent messaging with what they're getting at home that it confuses them. And, you know, I think that's kind of the trick with working with children because there's so much that we can't control. But if I am under the impression that this child is not under any danger, I do like to defer, like, what do you already know about this? And so this is what I've learned, and this is what I recommend checking out. And if you feel comfortable, I would recommend talking to your parent about this too. But again, like not every child has the privilege of feeling safe and comfortable in their own home. So I think it's awesome that like your students feel comfortable enough to come to you. Is that a helpful answer? Yeah? Awesome. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is William Banks,
Hi.
and I was wondering, within having sexual relationships with people, how would you say that religion plays into it, and do you believe in God?
Wow, that's a big question. So, how does religion play into having sexual relationships? I think that, we all come to our own understanding of the world, and that affects how we live life, right? Like, what our value systems very much affects the actions that we take. So, there are some like religious systems that that seem to fall back on the idea of no sex before marriage. There are other systems that don't abide by those terms. I think that, do I believe in God? That's a huge question. I think that there's no universal language amongst people. God can mean, like, that word can mean so many different things to so many different people in different contexts. So it's hard for me to answer, do I believe in the God that you are presenting? I think that everyone has their own definition. And I think that what I like to fall back on is that as long as you feel aligned with the decisions that you're making, as long as it aligns with your personal values and beliefs, that is the most important thing. Does that make sense? Yeah? Awesome. Thank you for your question. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Wow. Thanks so much, y'all. Any other questions before we wrap up? Yeah.
That enshrined abortion rights into the Ohio Constitution, which is super surprising to me. I was hyped for it, but I was so surprised when it happened. Is there something like that happening in Missouri or in this area right now? Is that something you guys are activizing for?
That is such a good question, Lou. I, again, have to fall back on the knowledge that I have. I am a person who predominantly works with 5 to 9-year-olds who do not ask these questions. So I will recommend a resource, ppmissouri.org, so our policy team can much more accurately describe the legislation that is currently in flux in Missouri. Again, this is clearly a different URL than what I just said, but if you do type in PP, the letters ppmissouri.org, it will lead you to our Planned Parenthood action page, particularly for the affiliate that we work at, Planned Parenthood Great Rivers, and will inform you better about what Missouri's legislation is currently looking like. Awesome. Thank you for your question. Anyone else? Anyone else want to give feedback? Was this boring, terrible, fun, exciting, very neutral? Okay, I got a thumbs up. 2 thumbs up. Wow, thanks everybody. That's so kind. Thank you so much, folks. Thank you for sitting in our session. Thank you for being here. And I hope you have a great rest of Skepticon. We do have condoms if for any reason you really want some free condoms and lube. We also have flavored condoms. We have pamphlets. We have brochures. And we are here if you want to come up and talk to us. Yeah. Thank you so much. Wow, we did good on the timing. Oh my God.
Too, and we're going to keep things moving. So welcome again to Skepticon 16. If you have not been welcomed before, I would like to welcome you myself. My name is Lou. I am a photographer, and I am helping out with emceeing today. I'm here to introduce you to 2:30 main stage speaker Greg Burr. Greg is a professor of physics and optical science, the author of 2 popular science books on invisibility and falling cats, and the author of a long-running blog, Skulls in the Stars, about physics, science, history, horror fiction, and whatever else captures his fancy. Take that as you will. And do we have a microphone for him, or should we hand off?
I should hopefully be mic'd up already.
Awesome. Then carry on. Once again, I'm going to reiterate before I step down that we'd like everybody to stay masked while you are in the auditorium. So. And we have plenty of the masks in the front, so by the desk. So carry on.
All right, thank you very much. I'm so happy to be here, and this will be a bit of a change from what the topics have been so far at the con, but hopefully you'll enjoy it. It'll be a nice diversion into science and science history and some of the quirky stuff that people have looked at over the years, and in particular, looking at the long history of scientists studying how cats always land on their feet. And this is a topic that I sort of stumbled upon years ago. On my blog, I like to explore history of science, and kind of one day I found one scientific paper talking about how cats land on their feet, and I got curious and I said, wonder if there are any others. And then I just kept finding more and more papers of scientists, engineers, physiologists, neuroscientists, all studying cats and their miraculous ability. So everybody knows the talent in question. Let me see if I can, sorry, I gotta get rid of a thing on my screen that's gonna drive me nuts. All right. Cat riding reflex, cat flipping, cat turning, the cat twist, or people just saying cats always land on their feet. And it's been known about for a really, really long time. And that particular animated GIF, I have no idea of the origin of it. It looks pretty old, but it's just one that I happened to find on the internet. Oh, and one other comment. Later in the talk, I'll show a couple of videos of the kind of predator-prey interactions to illustrate some points. But I want to stress that no animals actually get harmed in those interactions, so they're illustrative. And I don't like seeing animals get hurt any more than anybody else does, so no animals will be harmed in the giving of this talk. Now, whoops, let's see if I can actually get this to work the proper direction. This talent has been recognized for centuries. So this is an old book from 1572, and I'm not going to read all the text. I'll just give highlights when I can. I like to put the quotes for completeness, though. For cats as a kind of heraldry symbol, he is a cruel beast when he is wild and falleth on his own feet from most high places. So people have known about this for a long time. And in fact, the earliest explanation of how cats land on their feet goes back even a few hundred more years. And this was rather nice because when I was writing my book, I'd heard this story about the Prophet Muhammad and Islam giving cats the power to land on their feet. But while I was writing my book, I couldn't trace that story back earlier than the 1800s. But I had a Muslim student who got curious, Morteza, and he went and looked it up for me, and in fact found that the Persian poet Rumi told this story in his book, The Feats of the Knowers of God. And the story, which is there in its completeness, but I'll just summarize, is that a snake was being chased by a hedgehog. The snake sought shelter with the Prophet Muhammad. The Prophet protected the snake, and the hedgehog wandered off, and then the snake, being a snake, said, well, I'm going to bite you anyway. And then the Prophet's follower, Abu Hurairah, who was a lover of cats, happened by with one of his cats, and the cat jumped and killed the snake. And then the Prophet blessed the cat and said that it will always land on its feet. Very non-scientific story, but a fascinating one. So what about the science? Well, it's interesting that it really has been a problem that has obsessed people for ages. The earliest scientific explanation goes all the way back to the year 1700. When Isaac Newton was still alive. So people really started studying how cats land on their feet right about the time that people were really interested in how physics works at all. And this French mathematician, André Parent, who studied this, he imagined a cat falling kind of like a weighted ball, like I have in the picture on the left. And so, if you have the center of gravity of a ball is in the center, then it's going to be stable. If you put the center of gravity at the bottom of the ball, on the edge of the ball, then if the weight gets rolled to the top, it's naturally going to want to roll to the bottom. I imagine like a beach ball floating in water and you tape a weight to the top of it, it's eventually going to flip over the weight on the bottom. And that was kind of how Parent imagined a cat flipped over as well. And I imagine it kind of like a hinge of a dresser drawer. You take those swinging hinges and you lift the swinging hinge up, and it might stay there for a bit, but it's eventually going to fall. And so Parent imagined that kind of wind resistance or whatever would cause that the cat would just arch its body to be like an upside down hinge, and then that hinge would flip over. It's an interesting guess, and it was, consistent with the physics of the time, but also clearly not how it works. Now, what's really nice about this problem is that there were a lot of very famous scientists who were interested in, they all saw something there that other people did not. One of them is James Clerk Maxwell, who I'm especially well versed in because he's sort of the founder of our understanding of light as an electromagnetic wave. And Maxwell, back when he was a student, apparently studied cats landing on their feet. And I love this quote, that because he apparently visited Trinity, his old college, in 1870, and he found he wrote to his wife, there's a tradition in Trinity that when I was here, I discovered a method of throwing a cat so as not to light on its feet, that I used to throw cats out windows. And I like this quote because he's explaining to his wife, no, in fact, I did not throw cats out of windows. I had to explain the proper object of research was to find how quick the cat would turn around, and the proper method was to let the cat drop on a table or bed from about 2 inches. So Maxwell saw something very unusual there that caught his attention. He couldn't quite understand. And the same is true of George Gabriel Stokes, who was an Irish physicist, contemporary of Maxwell. And Stokes' daughter later wrote for his memoirs that he was also interested, as was Clerk Maxwell, about the same time in cat turning. And she mentions that he also used the cat's eyes and the dog's eyes as, with the ophthalmoscope, he'd study their eyes, give them eye exams. But that Clerk Maxwell's dog really enjoyed having his eyes examined by his master more than any other animal he had seen. So these people saw that there was something unusual, something very unusual about cats falling. This is a good lesson for physics, and a lot of great physics problems get answered by somebody just looking at a problem and saying, I wonder how that works. And that's really what happened here. But they were all limited by the fact that things happen too fast. If we take Maxwell's word for it, a cat can flip over when you release it from like 2 inches above a surface. That's a split second. Your eye can't tell what exactly a cat is doing. So of course what we needed was some sort of photography to capture the image. Photography started to become about in the 1820s. The first photographs were by the Nietzsche brothers, Joseph Nicephore and his brother Claude. This is a reproduction of their very first photograph, which was taken out of the back window of their house, and it was a multi-day exposure. They basically just had to leave the camera fixed in place, looking at a particular location for days. And that, of course, was a problem with cameras through a large part of the 1800s, is that photography remained really slow. A really great example of this is this photograph by Daguerre of the Boulevard du Temple, which I believe is in Paris, from 1839. And the streets look deserted, but they are not deserted. This was during the day in a busy street. It just so happens that everybody who was in motion was washed out of the picture because the exposures had to be so long. Except there is one person here in the picture, this tiny figure, whoops, in the bottom left, I can't show you my pointer, that guy who was getting his shoes shined. And so he was standing still long enough to get exposed and may have been one of the first people to actually be photographed. But sure enough, people still wanted to photograph their pets, so people were taking photographs of their cats anyway. This is one of the candidates on the right of the oldest cat photo from the Houghton Library, maybe 1840s to 1860s. And you can see it's like a cat drinking. And again, it highlights the point that photographs were not really very good for this because the cat's head is a blur because it was moving. In fact, one of the earliest, popular uses of photography was post-mortem photography, taking photographs with your deceased loved ones because they were the only ones who would stand still long enough to get a good exposure. But this all changed in the 1870s, and people may know a bit of this story. Edward Muybridge was an artist and kind of amateur scientist. And of course, as often is the case, the technological developments only happened when a very rich person decided he needed something for one of his hobbies. And in this case, Leland Stanford, later of Stanford University, was into horse racing and was trying to answer the question. There was a big debate among horse people of whether a horse trotting or galloping ever has all of its feet off the ground. And so as Muybridge, who in 1878 got the first photographs of this happening, and these I think are a later sequence that have been turned into an animated GIF that showed, in fact, yes, all the feet of a horse are off the ground at the same time. Now, one of the interesting things about this, I love unintended consequences of science and science history, and we're getting a lot of that these days with things like AI and stuff, and those consequences are often not very good. One of the consequences was that artists were temporarily traumatized, because there were artists such as Theodore Géricault, the Epsom Derby of 1821 is the painting on the left, and Ernest Meissonier, who's one of his sketches is on the right. They couldn't see, again, a horse in gallop moves too fast for the human eye to see, so they were just painting what they assumed it must look like. They picked a pose of a horse that looked natural to them and went with that. And they went with this flying gallop. There are actually a few poses that they used, but the flying gallop was one of the most popular. The idea that the horse has all of its legs sort of hyper stretched out at some point. Now, Meissonier in particular took this news particularly hard. Leland Stanford visited him in Paris in 1879, and this is a quote from the newspaper, the Philadelphia Inquirer, that Meissonier's eyes were filled with wonder and astonishment. All these years, my eyes have deceived me. And he brought forth a miniature model of a horse and rider made of wax. Nothing could be more perfect, more beautiful than his statuette. It was almost pitiful to see the old man sorrowfully relinquish his convictions of so many years, and tears filled his eyes. One thing that I find interesting about this quote is I want to know who actually was there to see this. You know, Governor Stanford meeting with an artist. I'm guessing, my personal suspicion is that Stanford himself shared this anecdote, which may or may not actually be true, because he wanted to show off the technology that he was responsible for revolutionizing the art world. So, of course, this is a little detour from cats, but we're going to get back to them. But the history of photography plays a crucial role, and in particular, Muybridge's work, when Muybridge's photographs of a galloping horse finally got published, they drew the attention of the French physiologist Étienne-Jules Méret, who was also studying how animals move. Méret was also interested in the galloping horse problem. Méret, however, was a mechanical genius, and he often came up with these really incredible mechanical means by measuring things. And in fact, as far as I can tell, he actually beat Muybridge to the punch in showing that a horse always has all four of its legs up at the same time. This middle image is an illustration of a machine he used where basically put air-filled pressure sensors on the hooves of the horse, and they went to a little machine that actually tracked the impact of the hooves on the ground. And that trace at the bottom of the picture shows the alternate impacts of the different legs of the horse. And so he was able, through this mechanical means, to say, yeah, actually, a horse always has its feet up. But one thing that Mary did, and much to his credit and for the animal's sake, is he realized that he wasn't necessarily going to get the best results with all these contraptions hooked up to an animal. The more you're manipulating the animal's natural behavior, the less likely it is you're getting really what the animal sees. So when he saw Muybridge's photographs where you could take an image of an animal in motion without touching it at all, he immediately wrote to Muybridge for help and learned the basics of photography so he could do his own studies. Incidentally, the sphygmograph on the left side, that was an early machine that Mary introduced to measure basically heart rate. And the story goes that he got an early boost in his career because he brought this device to Emperor Napoleon, I believe, at the time, and Napoleon's court, and he measured the pulse of a number of people at that gathering. And one of the people had kind of an irregular heartbeat, and that person died several days later, and that immediately gave Mary's credibility a huge boost. You know, one person's misfortune is another's fortune. So Mary actually filmed pretty much every animal imaginable. And he really was interested also, he got funding from the French government because he wanted to, basically, the French government wanted to know how soldiers could move more efficiently. Of course, that always comes back to the military when you're getting funding, it seems. So he managed to get swing funding to say, I'm going to study soldiers and tell you what's the best way to walk and to carry stuff, but he photographs animals as well. And it's really quite remarkable that it was almost an afterthought that he decided to film a falling cat. And this was a recommendation of a colleague. The gardener at his institute had a cat, so he said, hey, I'm going to borrow your cat and drop it. The gardener apparently said, okay. And we get these sequences of photographs, which should be read right to left, top to bottom, of course. And we have the side view and the front view showing the cat being held at rest, released, and then spontaneously turning over and landing on its feet. What was unexpected is that in 1894, October 22nd of 1894, Mary took his photographs to the French Academy of Sciences, so the most learned body of scientists in France at the time. And these are quotes from a newspaper, and this is an illustration of the French Academy. So you can imagine this huge group of scientists all sitting around, and they were arguing about how a cat lands on its feet. And to quote the newspaper, the problem is clearly a difficult one, for that learned body of savants has so far failed to offer a final solution. And one of my favorite quotes of all time, one member declared that Monsieur Mary had presented them with a scientific paradox in direct contradiction with the most elementary mechanical principles. Remember, we're talking about a cat here. And we're talking about scientists saying this cat is violating the laws of physics. And I should mention that the press had a field day with this. They wrote so many mocking stories and about all these brilliant scientists who couldn't figure out how a cat can flip over. Well, let's unpack that a bit, because this is really interesting. And like I said, this is where you could see why people like Maxwell and Stokes were interested. Why did they think that the cat was doing something impossible? Well, this all comes down to conservation laws in physics. You're probably familiar with the idea of like conservation of energy, for instance, that, okay, you have a car, if you step on the accelerator, you turn chemical energy in the gas into motional energy of the car. You go downhill, gravitational energy turns into kinetic energy. You step on the brakes, and that kinetic energy turns into heat energy, so that energy is never destroyed, it's always conserved. And incidentally, that was discovered by the efforts of a cannon maker, a doctor, and a brewer between 1798 and the 1840s. Well, angular momentum is also conserved. You may also know of conservation of momentum, kind of the how do I want to say it? Just conservation of linear momentum is sort of the oomph that moving objects have. On the other hand, angular momentum is sort of the oomph that rotating objects have. How easy or hard is it to set an object into rotation? And conservation of angular momentum basically means that if anything rotates clockwise, something else has to rotate counterclockwise. There has to be a balance in rotation. The most extreme example of this, or the most mind-boggling example of this, is if you're riding your bicycle along the surface of the Earth, you're going around the Earth in one direction, so you're imparting some angular momentum on the Earth in the other direction. Of course, the Earth is unfathomably more massive than the bicycle, so it doesn't have any noticeable effect, but in principle, it's there. And this angular momentum also depends on what we call the moment of inertia, and that is how much of the mass is spread out around the point of rotation. So if you have like a big wheel with a lot of, like a big bicycle wheel with a lot of mass spread really far out, it's got a high moment of inertia. It takes more to get it started or stopped rotating than a smaller wheel like the one on the right. And it also, if you have a wheel where the mass is distributed not just at the boundary but inside out, that has a smaller moment of inertia. And we take advantage of moment of inertia in things like ice skating. When you see a figure skater speed up when they pull their arms and legs in, what they're doing is they're decreasing their moment of inertia so that their angular, because angular momentum is conserved, if the moment of inertia goes down, their rotation speed has to go up. And what does this have to do with cats and physics? Well, back to James Clerk Maxwell, he thought because of angular momentum being conserved, people had this idea in their head that angular momentum is always connected with rotation speed. And so the thinking was that, hey, if something's going to, the thinking was that nothing can just spontaneously start rotating if it's falling through space. That the only way a cat or something else could start rotating if it starts falling is by pushing off first. So like if a cat's walking on a plank and it starts to tumble over sideways, somehow the cat instinctively knows to give itself a little push to start it spinning, and then it can do the figure skater trick and pull its paws in or out to adjust the rotation so that it lands on its feet. And that was Maxwell's guess. That's also incorrect. But in Maxwell's defense, he had no photographs to go by. He was just speculating. And all this came from a fellow named Delaunay, who really introduced the first arguments of angular momentum. And yeah, he said that the animated being will not, in free fall, will not be able to move its center of gravity. It will not be possible for it to move around this point. So all these physicists had this idea in their head that an object that's falling can't spontaneously change its orientation. And if you're talking about a wheel, a rigid body like a wheel, that's correct. It cannot change its speed of rotation if you drop it. However, you may be aware that cats are not rigid bodies. And this cat is my cat Cookie. That's a photo of her as a kitten and as an adult, and I've always been struck that she has exactly the same dang pose, both cases. She's just had that pose for her whole life. But yeah, cats are practically a liquid. I've got another photo of her where her head is upright and her belly is also upright. She's got like a 180-degree twist in her entire body. So cats are bendy, and bendy things, the rules change. Now, one of the first guesses, so people started saying, well, how does a cat turn over then? Well, one of the first guesses was by a famous Italian mathematician, Giuseppe Peano, and he said, well, one thing a cat can do is it could just rotate its tail like a propeller. The propeller tail goes one way, the body of the cat has to rotate the other way. Again, conservation of angular momentum. One thing goes clockwise, the other thing goes counterclockwise. Now, the catch with this is much later in the 70s, people actually did studies on whether tailless cats can turn over. So this can't be the main mechanism because tailless cats can turn over. Now, Murray and a bunch of the other people in the 1890s at the time came up with a different explanation. And this again involves this moment of inertia. And these are also drawings by my roommate, Sarah Addy, who's an artist. And the first thing is, imagine the cat's upside down. Well, suppose it tucks in its front paws and sticks out its rear paws. Now the back of its body has a bigger moment of inertia than the front part of its body. So if it rotates the front part of its body to be upright, the rear part of the body is not going to change position very much. And then it reverses things. It sticks out its front paws so the front part of the body doesn't turn much, and it tucks in the rear paws so it can rotate the rear end and be upright. Now, this is actually probably part of how a cat turns over, but it's not the main one. Now, the main one finally got introduced in 1933 by Dutch physiologists Rademacher and ter Braak. And incidentally, so the problem went at first from physicists trying to understand, is it possible for a cat to physically turn over without having any angular momentum? They said yes. Then the physiologists took over and said, but how does a cat's brain and nervous system know to do this? And one of the things that they noted is that blindfolded cats can turn over just fine too. The cats somehow know which way is down. So this became a problem in physiology in the 1930s. But Rademacher and ter Braak came up with what I consider the main explanation, which is now called bend and twist, for how a cat flips over. And the idea is that the cat bends at the waist, as a picture on the left, and then it counter-rotates the upper and lower halves of its body. They rotate in opposite directions. Again, upper part of the body is rotating clockwise, lower part of the body is rotating counterclockwise, so angular momentum kind of cancels out, and by that trick, it can, in essence, get a net rotation, even though it has zero net angular momentum. And the picture on the right is from Rademacher and ter Braak's original paper. I like to call it the hot dog with a demon face. Graphic design was clearly not, a priority for some people back in those days. And if we look back at like Mary's images of a falling cat, you can actually see this bend and twist pretty clearly. And I put a red circle around the part of the sequence of photos where the cat is kind of sideways with its body almost making a vertical V shape, because it's already bent at the waist and it's sort of twisting along that bend. And once you start to be able to see that picture, it's hard not to see that picture. Now, for the credit to the French Academy of Sciences, by the time they gave their next meeting a few weeks later, the first thing that anybody did was go up to the blackboard and say, let me show you the math of how it's possible for a cat to turn over, because they were all a little embarrassed by the drubbing they were getting in the press for not being able to figure this out. And one of them, in fact, said, well, other animals can do this too. And this is another fun illustration by my roommate, because one of the members said, imagine a snake. If a snake wanted to rotate its body over, it could basically form an Ouroboros shape. It could make a circle pointing towards its tail, and then it rotates all of its outside parts of its body inward and inward outward until it's flipped right side up. So at that point, they were pretty happy with their physics explanation. And that led to physiologists. I already mentioned that Rademacher and ter Braak were studying these reflexes in the 1920s and 30s. And a lot of this, interestingly, goes back to physics, because there was a real puzzlement about how a blindfolded cat could know which way is up. And why would that be a problem? Well, Einstein's general theory of relativity came out in kind of the 1910s. And Einstein's general theory of relativity, among other things, says that acceleration is also something that's hard to figure out. And this other picture here shows the fundamental idea of Einstein's relativity is that a gravitational force is locally indistinguishable from an upward acceleration. So if you're in a rocket ship sitting on the ground, that's impossible to tell apart from the fact that you might be in a rocket ship in space just going upward. And also, though, from Einstein's theory, it says that if you're in genuine free fall, if you're just falling freely in a gravitational field, you don't experience any weight at all, and there's no sense of direction at all. So this is kind of what intrigued physiologists. How does a cat, even if it's blindfolded, how is it able to figure out which way is the ground so it can land on its feet? And this photo from Rademacher and Terbrock's paper shows that they basically tried dropping cats from every orientation they could imagine and see if the cat could still land, and the cats always could still land just fine. But they didn't really answer that question, but it came up again in another context, and that is the space race. In the 1950s, we started thinking about sending people into space, and that's a weightless environment. And one of the concerns, and this was kind of fascinating to go back and read, before we sent up people into space, we had no idea what people's physiological reaction would be. There was some speculation that a person in an extended weightless environment, that their reflexes might go haywire, because our bodies and our reflexes are sort of calibrated to being on Earth, and that if we're in a weightless environment, we might just kind of lose it and become completely disoriented. So we started sending up pilots to do these weightless zero-G maneuvers. And eventually, the photos on the left I just love. That's from a scientific paper in the 50s. At some point, somebody said, why don't I just take a cat up into the cockpit of a fighter jet and run some zero-G maneuvers and throw it up in the air? And for me, if you think that a fighter pilot is daring enough, imagine taking a probably mildly irate and confused cat and tossing it around in this confined space while you're doing all of this. And you can kind of see the pictures on the left are the cat sort of laying there with the pilot, and then he throws up the cat in the middle in the right pictures. They're a little fuzzy. And then eventually we ended up doing bigger planes. There's the so-called Vomit Comet that appeared I think in the late 1950s, like a big cargo jet where you could actually do extended weightless periods, and then they took these videos of testing what happened with cats in those cases. Now, it also came up that the cat problem came up in another way. It wasn't just testing cats. People started to realize, hey, if we're going to have cats, if we're going to have people up in space, they need to be able to turn around. And in order to turn around, they need to know how to turn around. And the best way we can teach them is by following what a cat does. And this book came out, The Weightless Man, Self-Rotation Techniques. And the whole point of this book was to be a handbook to teach astronauts how to flip over. Now, I want to share I won't share the whole video, but my friend Amy Shera-Title, who's a historian of space and space exploration, she once did a very nice YouTube video of demonstrating a bunch of these weightless techniques. Oh, let's see if I can get it going. And hopefully you can see it. There's kind of cutesy, old-timey music with it if I actually had it going, but we'll have to settle for the video of it. Bend and twist, we've got our first cat motion. And her cat is there as well. And the lasso is kind of like propeller tail. You just spin your arms up above your head one way, and your body's going to rotate the other way. And you can talk about this book also covered all three axes of rotation. You can rotate around your z-axis, top to bottom. You can rotate along the x-axis, which would be like sticking something right through your stomach, or the y-axis, which would be running right across your waist. And so bend and twist can also be done for the x-axis. But I won't make you watch all of these, but I wanted to give you an idea that, yeah, the people were very serious about how do we teach astronauts to move in space. And this led to one of the most iconic series of photographs of a falling cat ever, because two engineers, Kane and Scher, in the 1960s, were funded by NASA to do computer simulations to study how cats fall. And what they did is they dropped a cat, they looked at how a cat fell, they filmed it. They set up computer models to mimic the motion of the cat, and then they took acrobats, they put them in simulated spacesuits, gave them like the readout, the printout that said this is how the cat moved, and said, you go do this on a trampoline. And that's exactly what the photos on the right show you. As you can see, the virtual astronaut trying to twist and very successfully managing to twist very much the same way as the cat. Incidentally, I wanted to include these photos in my book because they're like the most famous photos. But this was from Life magazine, and so using the rights for these photos was like $2,000 something. I actually ended up doing a fundraiser from friends to help me pay for this, because I'm like, $2,000 is like most of my advance, so I really don't want to pay for this all myself. But, and you might ask what happened with all these rules and guidelines for astronauts. I've never heard of any astronaut actually using that book. I have a feeling that along the way that they did all this research and all this preparation, and then they just started sending people up into space, and the people went up into space and said, I can figure it out. And so it turns out that humans are pretty clever, and you send them up there and they said, we're good. And so I've never seen that book actually used for anything. Now, a couple of other errors, just to show you how this problem keeps going. And one of those ways is feline high-rise syndrome. In the 1980s, falling cats took on another question, and that question is in veterinary research. Because buildings were getting taller and taller, and people were living in taller and taller buildings, and cats were starting to fall out of those buildings. And strangely enough, veterinarians who were seeing cats coming in were starting to notice that cats that fell from a greater height seemed to often have less injuries or fewer injuries than cats that fell from lower floors. And this is an animated GIF from an old commercial. That's not a real cat skydiving, just a disclaimer. But there were enough cats falling out of buildings. I managed to find this photo that one cat that fell out of like a 10-story building or 15-story building got a certificate of achievement from the local parachuting club and landed without significant injury. And the stories are quite amazing. There was one story of a cat. I searched the newspapers. There was one story that a cat owner was living on the 23rd floor, and they realized that they didn't see their cat, and their window was open. And they looked out the window, and they looked down, and they could see the awning of like the shop below was completely blown in. It was like destroyed. And they like immediately, got in the elevator, rushed downstairs to find their cat just sitting there grooming themselves, like nothing had happened. And there's another story which was kind of a fascinating speculation that a cat again fell from like the 20th floor. It managed to land without injury, and it managed to land on the only piece of like soft earth around, because this was in the city. And so people started speculating maybe cats can actually flying squirrel kind of glide themselves at times too. Because how else did this one cat manage to hit this only piece of soft ground anywhere? Now, if you're wondering why a cat might have fewer injuries falling from a higher height, the best speculation is all about relaxation. You may know that relaxing before an impact kind of helps to reduce injury. And the thinking is, and this goes back to what I was saying about being in free fall before, the first 7 or 8 floors for a cat in free fall, they feel a weightless environment. They feel that sort of zero-G feeling. And having personally jumped out of hot air balloons, I can tell you that a true zero-G feeling is really weird. So the thinking is, during that time, the cat's like, oh, crap, and it's all tensed up and more likely to get some injuries. But after it reaches 7 or 8 floors, it's falling as fast as it's going to go. It feels like it's at its normal weight, and it just sort of starts to relax and adjust. And it so happens that the floor at which those injuries reduce is somewhere around the 7th or 8th floor. Though there's still lots of questions. Nobody knows for sure. Fortunately, nobody's doing controlled experimental studies of throwing cats out of windows, so we just have to take it when vets get data. That's the only time they can actually study this. Fortunately for the cats as well, yes. Now, one other area to mention, robotic cats. So once the vets were done studying this problem, roboticists started studying this problem because people are trying to make robots that move more naturally. And even in the 1990s, people started studying how cats land on their feet and could they make a machine replicate it. Largely at first with computer simulations. I love the fact that the right sequence of photos looks basically right out of Dire Straits' Money for Nothing video. I wanted to write, I want my MTV in my book, and my editors are like, no, we'd have to pay for that. So I was only able to make a vague allusion to it. And people started to look at different prototypes. This one uses the tuck and turn model. This robotic cat, tuck in one legs, rotate that part of the body, then stick the others out, and so forth. And as of this date, I've only seen one actual robot that does the physical model that actually lands on its feet that's programmed to do this bend and twist. Now, the interesting thing about it is, why would it be so hard to make a robot that can self-right itself? Well, if you're programming a robot to just say, go from being stationary upside down to being stationary right side up, that's not that hard to program. The challenge is if you want to design a robot that can land on its feet from any direction or angle or starting condition it has. If it's spinning, if it's not spinning, if it's upright, if it's not upright. And the way I often describe this, there's a philosophical problem that's called Buridan's ass or Buridan's donkey. And the Buridan's ass problem, which is normally used to talk about free will, is the idea that you put a donkey between two piles of hay and the piles are equidistant, so no pile is preferable to the other. Does the donkey then starve to death because it can't decide? And of course, a donkey's just going to choose, so we have that ability as living creatures to do that, but machines are very likely, you give it some algorithm and say, follow this algorithm and make a choice. For a complicated problem like a falling cat, there's no guarantees that that algorithm won't reach a point where it gets stuck. So that's a big part of the problem, is figuring out how to design the system that it'll always be able to choose a good solution no matter what. And if you're wondering why we need to do this at all, other than making evil robots that will chase us in the future, people talk about making robots that can conduct rescue operations, or at least look for people. And if you want those robots to be able to go over extremely rough terrain and survive. And I should note that not all robotic cats are for falling. People have been designing robots that have some artificial intelligence that could serve as like feline companions for the elderly, but would also be able to remind them of important events on their calendar. So it's not entirely for, evil purposes that people might be considering this. So how do cats really turn over? Honestly, after researching this, it's a combination of all the different factors. That bend and twist model I mentioned, if anybody doesn't get the picture of any of these models later, come grab me and I'll kind of illustrate it better. It's hard to do on stage. Bend and twist is probably most important. Tuck and turn and propeller tail are also employed. And there are probably also other subtle motions that are harder to see. But this is a really good lesson for physics in particular, because as a physicist, a lot of physics is based on this idea of boiling down a problem to its simplest model, to boiling it down to the simplest model possible. But when you're talking about living creatures crafted by evolution, evolution doesn't care about the simplest model necessarily. It looks for the most efficient. So, of course, a cat evolving to land on its feet is going to employ any sort of little motions that are going to help it turn over. So the falling cat problem, I say has turned into kind of a Rorschach test for physicists. When they look at videos of a falling cat, they often see whatever they're looking for. If you're looking for bend and twist, you see bend and twist. If you're looking for propeller tail, you see that. In fact, I once wrote a little theoretical paper for an educational journal about the bend and twist model, and it got rejected, and one of the referees wrote, well, I looked at a YouTube video, and it didn't look like that was what the cat was doing, which was incredibly depressing. Let me show you some cat videos to wrap things up, and answer a few more questions along the way. First of all, one question I often get asked is, do really big cats twist? And if you look at videos of mid-sized wild cats, ones that really spend a lot of time in trees, you will very clearly see that they do have this righting reflex. However, if you look at cats like lions, you get these sad videos of the animal slipping out of a tree and clinging on for dear life, and it looks like their strategy in those cases is just hold on until you get to a low enough point and you're vertical enough that you can just drop down. So it does seem like the reflex depends on the size of the animal and where it spends its time. Now, one really neat thing about studying this problem is after the book came out, I started seeing all these other cat videos, and I could start seeing all these really cool things that other people couldn't see. This was a viral video that came out about a cat instantaneously turning around horizontally. It's walking towards the camera, a car, something honks in the background, now it's facing the car. And what you can see, especially in the slow-mo GIF on the right, is what it does is it first does a front flip. It flips over, so now it's upside down and facing backwards, and then it does a bend and twist. So now it's upright and facing backwards, and it does all this in a split second. So a cat can use this reflex for more than just falling out of a tree or something. Also, and people keep sharing all these videos with me, so I keep getting endless numbers. This is a double bend and twist. This cat jumps up, but it jumps up in such a way that it's flipping over upside down. So it does, there's one bend and twist, and went up, I'm still going, I'd better bend and twist again. So they can do a double twist. Whoop, I already had that slide. One of the predator videos I was talking about, some animals can also use it as a combat technique. This is a mongoose stalking a cobra, and the cobra strikes, and watch this mongoose jump. Look at that propeller tail go. You can see that tail flailing, and you can see its body contort so that it can keep on its feet and keep watching the cobra. And this particular fight from Smithsonian Channel ended in a draw that I think the cobra ends up biting the mongoose on the face, and the mongoose just sort of walks off and says, fine, I've had enough. And they're resistant to the venom, so it was basically a draw. But so it can also be used for combat. And one other example I'd like to share, rabbits can also have this righting reflex. They can land on their feet when dropped from a height. There's a physiologist in the 60s, Giles Brindley, who studied the righting reflex in rabbits. And he was kind of trying to figure out that blindfolded cat problem again. So one thing he did is he put a rabbit basically in a box that was on a slope, so that the rabbit, while it's on the slope, thinks that gravity is kind of coming at an angle relative to the box. And then at the very last second, the box goes horizontal and the bottom drops out. And then he looked at which way the cat tried to land. And he found, well, the cat's trying to land according to that angle that it was already set at, not at where gravity is. And then he took the rabbit in a box in a car, and basically his wife was driving. They were at an abandoned airfield, and he's doing these really sharp high G turns around a curve, releasing the rabbit, and again finding the rabbit's falling according to the apparent direction of gravity, not the actual direction. And then he actually put a rabbit in a centrifuge. Not super high speed, I'm hoping, but also found the rabbit was falling at an angle. And what he found was that he kind of answered the question of how does a cat or a rabbit that's blindfolded know which way to fall. It's because built into their memory is somewhere around 5 to 6 seconds of memory about which direction gravity is actually pointing. So if you trick the animal with 5 or 6 seconds of gravity in the wrong direction, it'll fall and try and orient to that. Now, the last question I want to answer, and this was also something that I figured out after my book came out, why the heck does a rabbit have a writing reflex at all? I mean, cats, they're up into trees, they're going to fall out. Okay, I may be naive, but I don't see a lot of rabbits in trees, or at least not high up. And then in 2023, I saw this video on the right of somebody using a falcon, a golden eagle, to hunt rabbits. And again, the rabbit gets away just fine. But watch what the rabbit does here. The eagle's swooping in, the rabbit goes straight up. It just jumps straight up, the one direction that the eagle cannot easily go. And the eagle still manages to hit it, so the rabbit tumbles, but it's got a writing reflex, so by the time the rabbit's feet touch the ground, it's already gone, and the eagle has no idea what happened. So it ends up being, and this seems most likely to me, a way to avoid predators. And as the other little video I put on the bottom shows, they also use jumping in courtship and fighting. I found that adorable, that they're just two rabbits running at each other and one jumping over the other. So it's kind of amazing that, you know, something that seems like a very down-to-earth, mundane phenomenon like a falling cat can be a problem that can capture people's imagination for literally hundreds of years. And that's one of the reasons I like this phenomenon, is that it is really just a good illustration of science in action, of people seeing a problem going, I wonder how that works, and digging in as much as they can. And finally, I'll just say, P.S., please don't drop your cats. As these other videos show, not all cats are experts at jumping and falling, and if your cats are like mine, some of them eat too much and probably can't anymore. So with that, and I'll note I have written a book on this and on the history of invisibility. Thank you very much.
Let's give a big round of applause again for Greg. Greg, what was it again?
Gabor?
Gabor, thank you, thank you, Gabor. Excellent. That was very informative, very fun. You'll be around for a little bit, and other people want to ask you questions.
Yep, I'll be around, you know, pretty much all day. I'll be around this evening, so.
Cool. Everybody still hear me fine? I'm sorry. Let me take a look at what we got here. We are at
3:25.
3:25. So there's 5 minutes until our next speaker. Our next speaker will be 3:30 p.m. main stage speaker, Coven Senapathy. Coven is a writer, journalist, and author covering a slew of life science-related stories. And I will read the rest of that just before she comes up. We'll give everybody a couple minutes to take a breath, go pee, go get coffee. Smoke them if you got them. I know there's at least one smoker still here. There he is. sponsor thing we said we'd say on stage a few times. Skepticon is sponsored in part. There, that's better. It is sponsored in part by the Military Association of Atheists and Freethinkers, militaryatheists.org. There are atheists in foxholes. There are veterans in your local area who can contribute to grow your local groups. There are many Americans who value and even defer veteran voices. Supporting your local military communities, working with local veterans organizations, visits to VA clinics and hospitals, and participating in Veterans Day and Memorial Day events can enrich your local groups and reform the common and undeserved anti-atheist culture we struggle against. Let atheists in foxholes like at St. Louis VA Hospital and young troops in basic training at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri know there is a supportive community of skeptics and non-theists out there for them. Find more information at militaryatheists.org. Sorry, Jeb Bush that. And so, yeah, I said, I'm going to go and get a sip of water because that is not mine. I'll be right back, and we'll call everybody in and get started. Our next guest speaker, and I want to tell a little story before I do. I learned to pronounce her name the same day she learned how to pronounce my last name in a back channel chat on the Grounded Parents Network, where we basically challenged everybody, hey, can you pronounce our names? And so I discovered what it was, and the name is Coven Cinepathy. And they're a writer, journalist, and author covering a slew of life science-related stories for outlets like SciShow, Scientific American, Slate, Forbes, Undark, The Daily Beast, and Self. And she is a founding member of the now unfortunately extinct Grounded Parents blog network that we blogged together at for 9 years or so over the course of a while. And I am incredibly proud of her. They offer the forthcoming book, The Progressive Parent, Harnessing the Power of Science and Social Justice to Raise Awesome Kids, August 24, Hanover Square, HarperCollins. I guess I didn't have to read that part, but it's there. So,
Thank you, Lou. I'm really excited to be here. Thanks so much for this, to the Skepticon organizers and Lauren and everyone for being great. The book is out August 6th, so you may have seen it out on the raffle table. Whoever wins that will be the first one to get a book signed other than my dad and one of my best friends. So that's out on the raffle table. Please put in your name for it. So I would say this book is a science and social justice book in the parenting section. Some early readers have said they've never read a parenting book like this, and that is what I was going for. So a quick look at the table of contents here. It looks like several disparate issues are covered in this book, but what the book does is tie all of these together with a science and social justice lens, basically. So today I'm just going to talk about what the chapters cover and read a bit from them. Can everyone hear me? Captioning good? Okay. So the book all started when I started seeing this sign popping up all over the country. The sign was created in my hometown of Madison, Wisconsin. And that sign reads, "In this house we believe, Black lives matter, women's rights are human rights, no human is illegal, science is real, love is love, and kindness is everything." And it struck me that science is real doesn't quite seem to fit, so I wanted to figure out how it fits and whether we could leverage that idea to create change. So reading a section from Chapter 1, The Progressive Parent's Dilemma. When added to the task of parsing through the evidence on any parenting question, viewing that information through the lens...
I think...
Oh. We good? Oh. Oh, I see. Viewing that information through the lens of progressive family values can make the quest for answers even more daunting. So that's the crux of our dilemma. How do we seek answers about parenthood that take stock of all of our values and evidence? A note about this book's use of the word progressive to describe parents. The term progressive in the United States has evolved since its inception. Over the last handful of years, surveys from the Pew Research Center have bolstered the view that there is significant heterogeneity among left-leaning American people who identify with progressive values. Many of us identify as non-religious, while others believe in God or gods. We can be single parents, part of traditional nuclear families, or have non-traditional parenting arrangements, including kids with 3 or more parental figures. Some of us may or may not identify with the term progressive. I've heard some say that it reminds them of faux progressives whose actions are performative rather than transformative. I understand this perspective, but it is, in some ways, the word that most broadly connects people who are holding this book in their hands. To really boil down the values many progressive parents hold most dear, look no further than those quintessential American family spaces, its front lawns. Where there are neighborhoods with kids and progressive families who feel safe enough displaying it, the yard sign of the ages that proudly declares family values is peppered throughout the nation. In this house, we believe Black Lives Matter, women's rights are human rights, no human is illegal, science is real, love is love, and kindness is everything. Nikki Vandermeulen, defense attorney, member of the MMSD school board, disability rights advocate, and one of the first openly autistic school board members in the United States, says, "It's easy to put up a sign to show support. The problem is, are you willing to actually fight for what it comes down to?" I'm chatting with Vandermeulen over coffee in downtown Madison on a summer day in 2022 and say to her, "You and I share the penchant for being very direct in how we talk." She nods. I ask her whether she thinks that others' inability to handle straight talk helps cement the status quo in some way. 100%. People aren't comfortable talking about what's most important, which is necessary to ultimately make things better, she explains. I've heard the sentiment countless times from all kinds of people fighting for the rights of children. I get the feeling that learning to tolerate discomfort is crucial. All of these feelings about the sign are valid. My feelings are this. It's true that in some instances, parents who display a version of the sign are participating in a form of virtue signaling. But whether or not someone chooses to display it around their dwelling, there's power in its message for parents if we also act intentionally on these shared core values: science, truth, equity, and justice. With it comes the view that none of us, including our children, can thrive until all of us and all of our children have the most expansive opportunities to do so. So that's a snippet of chapter 1 for you. Before I talk about chapter 2, I should say it's very helpful if people think that they are going to read this book to go ahead and pre-order it before it's out on August 6th. And I should say it's helpful to the book's visibility because pre-orders help with the buzz. So if you would like to do so, I have some cards up here on the front table with a QR code that takes you to the link to do that. So chapter 2 uses case studies to talk about how parents and other adults who care about the future of our kids and the future of our planet can start to exercise what I call a healthy scrutiny of science. So what does it mean for parents to believe that science is real? And how do we make use of that belief as a guiding value? It all comes with a big element of believing in consensus and trusting the evidence gathered in repeatable, comprehensive scientific research. So a passage from the chapter here. Science is iterative, and when the body of that data begins to point to what looks like the objective truth, it forms a consensus. It is a living, breathing orb that builds upon itself, imbibing wisps of new knowledge and sloughing off that which no longer rings true. Consensus can be clear and practically unequivocal. Think gravity, evolution, or the carcinogenicity of cigarette smoke. But consensus can get buried by ideology and opinion, especially when a specific bias is held widely among the most influential experts in a given field. In scrutinizing science as parents, it's important to remember that more often than not, the consensus on issues that affect children is more nuanced than it is with the shape of our planet. We are taught that science is an unadulterated system and the worthiest ideas naturally rise to the top. But in the real world, science is only as good as its assumptions. And there are a lot of flawed assumptions in the science of children's well-being. When it comes to parenthood, there's a slew of examples of how believing in science can help us. Believing in the science of germ theory means we turn to antibiotics when our kids have a bacterial infection. Believing in the science of climate change informs our consumption choices, our votes, and how we raise kids to be stewards of the earth. Believing in the science that shows us that the earth is not flat and talking through evidence that overwhelmingly supports that we inhabit a roughly spherical planet can be a great case study in critically evaluating claims that seem bogus. But to believe that science is like the sun, which illuminates everything it reaches, is comforting. But science is more like a set of lanterns. Who controls the lanterns and chooses what to illuminate, from what angle, to whose benefit, and to what ends? How do problematic research questions and flawed findings around what matters to us impact our children? When biased, poorly executed, wrongly interpreted, or irresponsibly applied science affects our kids, what, if anything, can we do about it? Science is another layer to scrutinize when facing any big question to which there are empirical answers. And there may be nothing more fraught with big questions than parenthood. So that chapter goes on to talk through some examples of exercising that scrutiny of science. Next, in chapter 3, the book starts delving into a theme that continues throughout the rest of the book, and that is, how does biological essentialism harm kids? How do we protect our children from discrimination based on sex and gender? To answer that question, we need an updated view of what science says about sex and gender. And as I've been chatting about with some of you throughout the day, there are, unfortunately, some secular organizations that hold tight to this essentialist ideology. So a passage from chapter 3. Oh, and I should also add the caveat, which you see here, which is that science should not be and is not necessary to affirm people's humanity and identities. Yet, somehow, we need science. So, in my view, there is a time and place where we might as well demolish their BS with science. So the passage here. Researchers who study human biology are increasingly centering the fact that sex and gender are inextricably entangled throughout a lifetime. Rather than distinct categories with ostensibly little bearing on one another, gender and sex are connected. Gender norms influence traits that are associated with sex in a dynamic interaction. Another increasingly common framing is to acknowledge the complex relationship between not just the two categories of gender and sex, but three dimensions. 1, someone's body. 2, their identity or internal experience. And 3, their social gender, which includes outward expression. Living in a gendered society has biological impacts on the body. One example of this is bone density, which is traditionally thought to be higher on average in males. With this comes the belief that sex can be reliably determined from skeletal remains. Only recently are we learning about the many gendered factors that influence bone density. In a 2022 article in the International Journal of Environmental Research and Public Health, Stacy Ritz, PhD, an associate professor of pathology and molecular medicine at McMaster University in Ontario, and co-author Lorraine Greaves, a feminist and clinical professor at the Center of Excellence for Women's Health at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver, write about the need to transcend the male and female binary in biomedical research. Their call for change isn't new. Scholars have been expressing this need for decades. Referring to a 2005 article on how culture shapes bones, Ritz and Greaves explain that since bones seem to be clearly biological and are affected by hormones, it has been tempting for scientists to attribute differences in bone density to sex. But there hasn't been evidence to suggest that females naturally have lower bone density, and lots of evidence that this difference doesn't hold up across populations. For instance, in communities in China, where women traditionally work daily in the fields, bone density is higher on average in women than in men. The type, intensity, and frequency of weight-bearing activities in which an individual participates, dietary differences, alcohol consumptions, and more have been shown to affect bone density. When viewing the bigger picture, the correlation of our constructed categories of male and female with bone density in white Americans has yet again led to a misguided assumption about causality. A commitment to embracing complexity and dynamism will be necessary to push sex and gender science and biomedical research forward to avoid furthering essentialism, determinism, and categorical thinking, write Ritz and Greaves. I'm convinced that the same commitment is crucial for progressive parents. Biomedical researchers are on the cusp of a paradigm shift in how they think about gender and sex, they write. I'm convinced that as progressive parents, we're on the cusp of a paradigm shift too. To attempt to pin down the sometimes nebulous distinction between female and male, some researchers refer to 3G sex. This genotype gonads genitalia triad is a categorization system in which female equals XX chromosomes, ovaries, uterus, fallopian tubes, and a vulva, and male equals XY, testes, prostate, seminal vesicles, scrotum, and penis. Another possible definition of sex is based on the size of someone's sex cells. Testicles, ovaries, and all other parts aside, from an evolutionary perspective, the key distinction is whether an individual produces a few large eggs or millions of small sperm. Scratch the surface, and even those seemingly precise definitions fail to capture biological sex. So the chapter goes on to talk about what this has to do with kids and their well-being and how to protect them against the negative impacts of essentialism. Chapter 4 kind of does the same when it comes to the concepts of race, ethnicity, and ancestry. So it looks into what's meant by the idea that race is a social construct and what this means for kids, how to honor genomic complexity as we think about race and ethnicity. The problem with ethnicity results from ancestry DNA tests that tell you that you're supposedly 20% this ethnicity or 80% that. The problem with whiteness as a default or control group, not only in biomedical research, but in our lives. How racism affects children, how to protect kids from essentialist racism in these spaces, not only our own children and all children, and a few tips on how to model anti-racism for kids. So a quick passage here from chapter 4. When people say that race is a social construct, they don't mean that race isn't real. Rather, they mean that those in power have engaged in an ongoing political process that has racialized all non-white humans. They mean that the progenitors of the concept held so much power that their pseudoscientific declaration permeated humanity. Like biological sex, once the idea of biological race took hold, all of the most powerful institutions joined forces to fabricate a racial hierarchy. ultimately rendering race as real as other social constructs that shape our reality, like money or national borders. Believing that race is biological doesn't automatically make someone a racist. We've all been conditioned to assume that race is in our blood. Though race is a biological fiction, its power is undeniable. Progress is ongoing, but unacceptably slow. Medical students and biomedical researchers are still taught that someone's race is itself causing negative health outcomes, and this carries over into the care they provide as doctors. Even though the idea of race is so ingrained, most people, including scientists, struggle to define it. Racial essentialism can lead people to perceive those of other races as less worthy of affection and assistance. Psychology literature shows that essentialist thinking correlates with greater dehumanization and increased racial prejudice. In a study of college students, those who are primed to perceive race as a social construct rather than a genetic reality were shown to be more distressed by social inequity. Participants primed to view race as a biological construct were more likely to be okay with inequity. In the face of devastating educational, economic, housing, and health equities in communities of color, genetic conceptions of race are direct threats to justice, writes Jennifer Tsai, an emergency medical physician, BLM activist, and sometimes street medic, in a 2022 article in the American Medical Association Journal of Ethics. And again, there are, unfortunately, secular organizations and many folks who identify as atheists who very much subscribe to these essentialist ideologies about race. Yeah, I wish I had an answer to that question. And just to repeat, the question here, I'm paraphrasing, is how do we translate taking these ideas from conversations with our kids to a classroom, in a place like Alabama where the teacher is not allowed to talk about it? And I wish I had the answer to that question in this book, but this book only kind of goes as far as how to hone our own worldviews as adults who have an influence on kids. So the question of how to bring it into the classroom is probably better answered by the references in the book and those publications. So I wish I could say more about that, but that is not my wheelhouse, and it's a big question, and I think the answers will be forthcoming as we see how things unfold over the next year or two. So the next chapter I will touch on is chapter 5, which uses case studies in parenting with feminism, including about bodily autonomy, ableism, and fat phobia. That includes examples around pregnancy, birth, reproduction, and bodily autonomy, problems with normative parenting practices and attachment theory, disability inclusion and ableism, neurodiversity, how to dismantle harmful BMI mythology in the parenting psyche. So, a passage here from chapter 5. With its origins in the series of papers by psychologist and psychiatrist John Bowlby, published between the late 1960s and early 1980s, attachment theory hinges on the idea that healthy relationships must develop within a mother-child dyad, or as the Sears family authors have called it, a biological pair, primarily in the first year of a child's life. Attachment theory stems from a Western middle-class perspective in which the nuclear family is seen as the essential center of a child's existence and ignores the many communal and extended family-oriented ways of child rearing in the world. The notion pervades the modern parenting psyche and informs culture, social work, research, policy, and the law. The notion that good caregivers must form this type of attachment may fuel unjustified intervention or separation by child protective services when used to judge a parent's caregiving abilities, among other harms. For generations, people have internalized the idea of mother's intuition. It's been used to obscure the truth about parenthood. There is no sex or gender to the warm, heartbreaking, existential connection, affection, and love that a caregiver develops for a child. Gestating and birthing a human physically changes people, but so does being a partner to someone who gives birth. Breastfeeding, which some gender nonconforming people call chest feeding, can release warm, fuzzy chemicals in the body. But so do other forms of nurturing and closeness with an infant, like bottle feeding, holding, cuddling, or sniffing the tops of their heads as they rest on your shoulder. Studies suggest that adults of all genders who take on daily caregiving and engage closely with babies go through cell-deep changes. Testosterone and cortisol levels decrease, and oxytocin, estrogen, and prolactin levels surge in parents, whether or not they've given birth, promoting bonding, love, and devotion. Neuronal pathways undergo transformations when an adult is tasked with the care of an infant. We also know that adults can form intense emotional bonds with older children who aren't infants. Foster parents, adoptive parents, and others who are not so-called biological parents in terms of haploid genomic contribution still form their own hormonal and brain-based biological connections that forever change them. We all have some form of intuition about our children that we can feel in our guts. The bottom line is that the idea of mother's intuition or instinct reduces people who can get pregnant to ostensibly innate biological functions, perpetuates a sexist division of labor, and convinces boys, men, and others without uteri that they aren't hardwired for nurturing. There's no truth to the notion that only biological mothers can achieve an arbitrary apex of parenthood. Devoting ourselves to our children can be a great thing, but no particular gender is more wired to do so. Testaments to adoptive love abound in pop culture, like the Kent's love for Clark, Uncle Phil's love for Will, or Matthew Cuthbert's love for Anne Shirley. This kind of love doesn't only happen in movies, TV, and books. It's real, and it's as ordinary as it is precious. We all have the right to devote as much time to our children as they need and as our hearts desire. That capitalism, oppression, family separation, and incarceration of stolen time between parents and children is an atrocious blot on the well-being of children. Along with breaking away from biological essentialism, parenting with feminism is about intersectionality as a practice of radical inclusion. Whiteness, cisnormativity, and heteronormativity aren't the only dehumanizing defaults or control groups that have upheld a deleterious standard. Across society, ableism, or discrimination and prejudice against people with disabilities, also systematically favors people without disabilities to the detriment of everyone else. In the prevailing ableist view, those who exist, think, act, perform tasks, and navigate the world in prescribed ways are normal, while those who deviate from the norm are inherently deficient. In effect, this mistaken assumption that supposedly most people fit this default upholds inequity that harms children. It goes on to talk more about all of the above and what we can do about it. Yes. Yeah, and there's a lot more about what you've said in the book. One major example it uses is this decree that everybody needs to exclusively breastfeed from birth to 6 months of age. And if that works for someone and the baby's being well fed, then by all means that person should make that choice. But it's all about fully informed choice, and that's kind of what the book yeah. Yeah, I could go on all day about infant feeding, and I've given actually a whole talk about infant feeding as well, but it's fascinating. And I will be around the rest of today and part of tomorrow if people want to chat. I'm happy to do so. Chapter 6 talks about this idea of clean living and providing children with a clean life. So it talks about how there are most certainly harmful chemicals in our communities and homes and how those chemicals do harm children. But some of the chemicals we're told to worry about are far more harmful than others. So the question is, do the lists, sometimes called no-no lists of chemicals we're supposed to avoid, enable us to protect our children and help them thrive? And who is most impacted by harmful chemicals, and what can we do to protect the most vulnerable children? The chapter takes a deep dive into the meaning of the dose makes the poison and goes into a few examples, including MSG, persistent organic pollutants, including PFAS, pesticides, chemical weapons used by police, radon gas, flame retardants, BPA, and more. So a passage here from chapter 6. For parents, it makes sense to grasp exposures as a concept. We don't perceive that our children are exposed to hazards every single moment of their lives. It sounds extreme, but it's true. All foods are choking hazards to people of all ages. Official guidelines to cut grapes into quarters and avoid popcorn and other specific foods until age 4 have reduced, but not eliminated, the risk of choking in young children. No matter what we do as parents, there are small risks to children all the time, even when they're sleeping peacefully, even in the safest neighborhoods and dwellings. Then when they're awake and out and about, forget it. Ruminating on all of the hazards around our children is understandable for anxious parents. Accepting that we can't control all of them allows us to focus on what we can control. We also need to consider the health-promoting exposures for kids, like fresh, clean outdoor air, reading a book, playing in the woods, a good toothbrushing, a bonding moment with a puppy, laughing with loved ones, the feeling of being seen and accepted, or a bowl of fruit. Every exposure changes us, and exposures are constantly happening from birth to death. Collectively, all of an individual's exposures in a lifetime and their complex influence on health is called the exposome. The suffix -ome, as used in biology, refers to a totality of some sort. The genome is the totality of genetic material in the nuclei of an individual's cells. The phenome is the totality of observable traits exhibited by a cell, tissue, organism, or species. Exposures affect the epigenome, those chemical markers over the genome that tell genes when and where to do different things in the body. Exposures also affect someone's microbiome, which is the general term for the entirety of a microbial community, including viruses, bacteria, and fungi in an individual organism or habitat. Parents hear a lot about the ohms and their impacts on kids. Many influencers claim that their tips, tricks, and products can harness the ohms and their impact on brain health, weight, developmental disorders, and more. While the microbiome's influence on human health is very real, advice on how to control and shape our microbial community of critters and products that claim to do so are not credible. Chapter 7, I think I heard a chuckle. Chapter 7 is about all of the greenwashing that pervades parenthood around transportation and highway expansion and electric vehicles, around structural racism and exposures, the capitalistic forces behind the concept of the personal carbon footprint, but also where it actually makes a difference to reduce your footprint. Really quick, food is among the biggest, but the book goes into that more. Climate justice and reparations, and nuclear power and green energy. And it opens with the scene of the famous "This is Fine" dog, where a panel of the comic is often taken out of context, and it's this poor sweet dog with a little hat sitting in a burning kitchen or dining area saying "this is fine." And the artist behind this comic, Casey Green, in 2023 released an updated one where the dog realizes what the heck is going on and screams, "This is not fine." And then the remaining panel kind of outlines what happens from there. So I think I have a few minutes here. Yes, I do. So a passage from chapter 7, a newer poster child of greenwashing is the push to ditch plastic straws, which gained momentum in 2018 after a devastating photo of an endangered sea turtle with a plastic straw lodged in its nostril went viral. Plastic straws became a symbol of the scourge of single-use plastics, and soon many establishments and communities were banning them. But as many of us have learned, ditching plastic straws does little to move the needle and is also a big drag for a lot of people. Disability rights activists have pointed out that plastic straw bans have been a form of eco-ableism, or discrimination against disabled people for the benefit of the environment and those who are able-bodied. Bendy plastic straws have since served as a case study for the concept of universal design. They help people with mobility, strength, or coordination issues, including children, drink and eat without spilling on themselves. Alternatives like paper straws that become mushy, making them a choking hazard, metal straws that are sharp and lack the flexibility some people require to drink comfortably and safely, or silicone straws that are hard to clean and can harbor bacteria are inferior. Ultimately, plastic straw bans have not only made life harder for people who need them, but they've also done little to save the earth. If there's a silver lining to the widespread opposition to plastic straws, some say it was that it got people talking about single-use plastics, like plastic bags, takeout containers, and other food packaging, utensils, and water bottles. We know that plastics, a wide range of synthetic or semi-synthetic materials derived from fossil fuel-based chemicals that can be molded or melted into various shapes, are a problem. Ingestion and exposure to various plastic debris, not just straws, harms many creatures, not just turtles. But eliminating items that make daily life equitable for humans isn't the solution. Think of grocery stores that stock pre-cut fruits and veggies. Many decry the proliferation of prepared produce. What's wrong with people nowadays that they can't even peel oranges and slice melons? Some scoff that prepared foods are more expensive and waste the plastic that they often come packaged in. But the thing is, nothing has changed about people nowadays. There have always been folks who can't cut their own vegetables or peel their own oranges. Everyone has the right to a variety of nutritious food, and I'm happy for those with the desire, bandwidth, time, and ability to buy, slice, and consume a whole melon. But the question is not what's wrong with people who buy pre-cut produce or so-called convenience food like prepared meals. The question is why people who need prepared food have to pay a price premium for a basic right. The question is how to ensure that everyone has access to good food while reducing harm to the planet. Buying eco-friendly alternatives to plastics is often not a helpful solution either. Claims like biodegradable and compostable on packaging are often a big lie, says Daniela Ochoa Gonzalez, an advocate for environmental justice, composting, and clean air, and also an activist with Mom's Clean Air Force on a call in 2022. Composting is a crucial way to keep food scraps and nutrients out of landfills, she stresses. But outside of compostable food scraps and other specific types of organic waste, so-called compostable or biodegradable consumer products often don't break down. And when they do, they tend to break down into microplastics. And just because you can't see them doesn't mean they're not there. So what should parents do about plastic? And then the chapter goes on to talk about what parents should do about plastic and what we have in our power to do as individuals, as opposed to holding systems accountable. So chapter 8, I don't think I have marked off a passage for chapter 8, but it is all about vaccines. I got to exercise some of my nerdy vaccine and pathogen knowledge in this one. One of my favorite outlets to write for is a YouTube show called SciShow, and I've done some fun writing for them comparing pathogens to characters, I guess you could say. But it goes into what to know about vaccines, the differences between them, how they work, and their risks versus their benefits. And it kind of gives a real picture of the risks instead of making them seem less risky than they are. It also goes into a nuanced landscape on vaccine hesitancy versus the caricature of anti-vaxxers. Turns out that while anti-vaxxers are pretty loud, people who are vaccine hesitant are not that extreme, and the discourse that pits pro-vaxxers against anti-vaxxers can kind of scare people who have real legitimate questions. And then it also talks about how to talk to your friends and family about vaccinating. And finally, chapter 9, doing the right thing, goes into several of the issues that the previous chapters didn't have a chance to tackle, including firearm mortality, mental illness and youth suicide, shortage of mental health providers, the relatively short list of things you can control to keep your kids safe and prevent illness and injury, the fallacies around productivity and ambition, community connectedness, and the prismatic state of humanity and nature. So reading a passage here, actually from the last couple pages of the book, unfortunately, the last couple of pages don't spoil what's in here, but here we go. All of the social and scientific constructs that seek to slot humans into biological categories, from genitals to sex chromosomes to race, are based on how the observers in power see the world. Science has traditionally sought to partition life. Modern science has only now begun to accept that, in reality, hierarchies and categories are more of a reflection of our instinct to categorize than of reality. In addition to ableist words, there are also ableist ideals. For instance, consider the very idea of productivity, concerted ambition, and hard work as universal ideals, all in the pursuit of specific measures of success. In America, we're indoctrinated with the notion that setting specific goals around education, career, income, weight, relationships, accolades, and more, and working hard to achieve them is the one virtuous life path. The adults dish out different versions of the same question to children. What do you want to be when you grow up? The answer to that question can seem essential. Scratch the surface, and this seemingly benign and ostensibly laudable notion is a ploy of capitalism and the police state. That might sound extreme, but at best it leaves little room for children to explore the world, learn who they are, develop their values, and simply be. The idea of individual ambition and hard work as the path to financial security, well-being, comfort, and happiness justifies oppression. It relies unrealistically on the myth of a path of universal upward mobility, weighing disproportionately on the most marginalized, as if the resilience of generations that have survived oppression and genocide is a hallmark of character rather than a means of survival. It tacitly reinforces the violent idea that those who are housing or food insecure deserve their lot in life. It erases the truth that productivity is not the same as the pursuit of happiness. None of this is to say children shouldn't set goals for themselves and strive to reach them. We all should. There's perhaps no better feeling than seeing a child take pride in an accomplishment. As author and lawyer Mina Harris, niece of Vice President Kamala Harris, and I wrapped up this book over a year ago before I didn't know mentioning Kamala Harris would have the impact that it does. So as author and lawyer Mina Harris suggests in a 2023 essay for parents, kids can be ambitious without having to pick a career. None of this is to say that adulthood isn't coming for all of our children, and they need to be prepared. But I've come to worry less about achievement and more about examining our relationship to ambition and rugged individualism as parents. No, we're not a monolith, but what can progressive parents do that ties our values of science and justice together? Know that we've always been one humanity. Not that long ago, those who weren't free to be their most expansive selves surely thought of future generations and wondered whether we would be free. Raising our children to be their most authentic, expansive selves is a testament to that human penchant to have hope and love for the children who will take the mantle in our own lifetimes and generations after our bodies have returned to dust and our spirits released into the universe. Thanks, everyone. I think I'm right at time, so I don't have time for questions now, but happy to chat later.
It is 4:22, so I guess I'm gonna kind of look back at like the people in charge and say, do we have time for a couple questions or? Let's give everybody a break. Okay, let me come up here and say once again, give a round of applause to Cup. She did great. You did great. It was very funny and I love it. Okay, Excellent. Let me take a look at what you got on now here. No. This is all yesterday's stuff. There it is. Amazing. So, coming up at 4:45, which will be in about 25 minutes or so back in here, we are going to have a panel. Really? A panel from, and I saw these people last year, and they were fun. Oh my God, they were so much fun. The Fourth City Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence are going to be joining us. And so I will read their full introduction when they are closer to the stage, but I hope everybody's having a good time. Once again, we have things in the raffle to sign up for. I believe we'll be revealing the winners of those items after or before the sisters. So I'd also like to thank everybody. You're doing a great job staying masked up while you're in here. Let's keep that going. That way we don't all get COVID like we did last year, and as we were hoisting our own petards. So thanks a lot, guys, and we'll be back. Also, Give yourselves a big round of applause for showing up. Quick question, is everybody having a very good time? Who would like that very good time to continue for the next 45 minutes or so? I have great news for you. Because today, right now, at 4:45 p.m., panel dash, the Fourth City Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence. The Fourth City Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence are a 21st century order of queer drag nuns, a 501c3 dedicated to promulgating universal joy and expiating stigmatic guilt. We serve the greater St. Louis metro area, partnering with other local organizations to fulfill a mission of service and education. I hand it to you, sisters. Whilst we get the microphone set up on our sister here. Which sister is this here?
I'm Anastasia Intervention.
Anastasia Intervention is getting mic'd up so that they can further elucidate us. I believe that's what they call it, elucidating? I don't know. Okay. Once again, these sisters perpetual indulgence.
Can everybody hear me now? Fantastic. All right, so I am Anastasia Intervention. Thank you so much for having us again. I'd like to introduce our sisters, so we'll just go down the panel and we'll start with Devoida. Devoida.
Hi, I'm Novice Sister Devoida Talent. I'm currently Mistress of Novices. Yeehaw.
Hello, I am Sister Thomason Madret. I am with the Fourth City Sisters. I recently transferred in from another house. I'm excited to be here and to talk with you. It's going to be amazing.
Hello, I am Novice Sister Amanita Goodtime. I am current Mistress of Prides and Celebrations for our house, overseeing all of our fun activities that we are able to work with.
Hello, I am Novice Sister Chandelier. I am the webmaster for the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence.
Hi everybody, I am Postulant Sister Patio Pounder, and I am the Mistress of Grants and Alms. So I'm the one who reaches out to organizations to bring in donations and materials so that we can contribute to the community and have all kinds of fun stuff to do.
Thank you so much, sisters. So welcoming everybody to the panel, I wanted to start out this conversation with challenging the myth that exists revolving around who I want to be when I grow up. I remember as a young individual, I grew up thinking that I needed to know everything once I turned a certain age. And with our conference and our Skepticon theme this year of Sweet 16, I think this is a really important topic to discuss. So I'm going to open up this question regarding, what is this definitive singular ideology related to growing up and knowing who we want to be when we grow up? So how has this statement, knowing who I want to be when I grow up, impacted your journey or career path? I'll start with Devoida.
Okay. So when I don't know about, I think that it kind of starts at the very young age when you start asking little ones, what do you want to be? I remember in kindergarten, I stated that I wanted to be a zookeeper. And the closest I've ever gotten to that is feeding ducks at a pond. So, I think it starts very, very young. We give these kids these ideas that, like, you can be whatever you want to be and you can do whatever you want to be, but you have to, like, work hard for it. And all that's great and good, but, like, we don't ever really kind of, like, discuss what happens if you want to change. Like, nobody talks about being able to change that, or, like, I feel kids sometimes feel pressure of, like, well, I said that I wanted to do this and now I have to continue to, like, work towards this, or my parents want me to do this, or something like that. But I think it starts really, really young, and it's really kind of like, I personally think it's like kind of traumatizing for a child to like, they've been on this earth for like, what, 4 minutes, and we have to automatically decide what we want to do. It's not something that I think is okay, but like, you know, it's okay to get them excited about like growing up, but not like giving them that, oh, well, you said you were going to do this, so here you go. Keep doing it. Yay.
And I think it extends also to the future, and if you can consider like midlife crises,
Mm-hmm.
mostly you're like, I feel like I need to now change to do something different, which is completely okay with who you are. What you just said is put into you at such a young age. I think that has a lot to do with the crises people go through at a later age.
I mean, it doesn't even have to be at a later age. It could be early 30s, and you find different interests from where you were when you were 18, 19, when you're getting out in the world of having a career, and you find yourself sparking that new interest of topic and work for it, and find yourself into a whole new career path that could easily better suit you for the rest of your life.
I offer up that the biggest part of the myth of that question is that we ever finish growing up. You never finish growing up, so you constantly have the opportunity to change that decision at any point in time. And all of us who are, you know, grown in 30s, 40s, 50s know that we've gone through multiple evolutions in our lives. Where when we were kids, we wanted to be ballerinas, or we wanted to be knights, or we wanted to be whatever you wanted to be when you were a child fantasizing. And then in your teenage years, when you were rebelling against everything, you wanted to be a rock and roll star. You're constantly growing up. That doesn't stop when you're 20, when you're 30, when you're 40, when you're 50. People reinvent themselves in later decades of their lives. And you never really have to make that decision. But to Devoida's point, oftentimes we put pressure on kids at a young age to make a decision of what they're going to be now. Well, they're going to continue growing. They're not going to finish growing when they're 18 and then they're stuck with that for life.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so I think that even just goes into our next question of what does it even mean to grow up? How do we even know that we got there? What is the line that we as a society set that we have grown up? What's the marker for that?
The second your knee hurts and you think it's going to start raining.
Old age, got it, okay.
I know for myself, that first inkling of a moment of, oh, cool, I'm grown up is, hey, now I'm paying my own bills. Now I'm buying my own car. Now I'm paying for the things that I need to do. But like our postulant sister Patty was saying, do we ever physically stop growing? No, we don't. We are constantly evolving to become the best versions of ourselves on a day-to-day basis to have a better future for ourselves.
Even when you retire, I mean, my grandmother's been retired now for 8 years and still says, I'm never going to grow up. You know,
I feel like personally I'm kind of like an internal child. I think societal pressures, when forced upon kids, can really be a detriment to who they become, because in reality, just like Patty said, we never really grow up. We just change as circumstances kind of hit us, or what we work with, how we had, how we evolve. For me, being childlike is just being constantly open to learning. So it's just a set of goals for me. But yeah, I would say when it comes to how do we know we've grown up, I don't think we really know.
I don't think that growth is necessarily, I mean, I know we all mostly consider growth as being like a number or an age or something, but I kind of feel growth as personally in like discoveries about myself, things that I learn about myself. I see that as growth. You know, discovering new things about who you are, or what you believe in the world, or a change of a belief. You know, when we learn new things and have like new things set in front of us that prove that what we thought previously was either incorrect or morally wrong, we can take that information and grow from it. So that's what I think kind of, that's how I measure growth, not necessarily by an age.
I think Sister Amanita made a great point that part of growing up, the definition of growing up, is that we hit these series of milestones as we're moving on. An obvious one, just for giving an example, is when you're 18, you're a legal adult. So you're allowed to make your own decisions and do your own thing.
Cigarettes and porn.
Voting is one of them. It's a very important one of them.
She missed cigarettes and porn.
Amanita's, or to Sister DeVoida's point, one of your other milestones is the first time you really question your parents on what they were doing and what they were teaching you. There's all these milestones you will go through. But to all of our point, those milestones never stop. The moment they do stop, you've kind of given up on life. There's so many things you can learn and do and grow from as an individual. Why would you ever stop? Especially if you don't like where you're at, just reinvent yourself. The rule books that we think we live by in society, no one wrote down. You can write your own rule book, so rewrite it.
Beautiful, absolutely. And so that again segments into the next question regarding this idea that we have these aspirations and they may change over time. So how do we better embrace and support this idea of this evolution throughout somebody's lives? What might have helped you break away from those societal limitations that exist? I'll start with Patty, just because you just led into it.
Sure, I would say when you're evolving your aspirations and figuring out how you want to rewrite that life, what makes you want to do something? What motivates you? What is an activity that you do? And it doesn't have to have any level of societal importance behind it. It doesn't have to be being a doctor or a lawyer or any of those things that are aspirational goals when you're a child. What makes you feel valuable to yourself? What motivates you on the inside? And if you lean into that, you will find the niche that you belong in for that chapter of your life where you will get great opportunities and experiences to go and do something. But that chapter is probably going to come to some kind of end at some point in time, which is okay. At that point, now what motivates you? Now what makes you excited? And lean into that and redo that over and over throughout the entirety of your life, and you're going to have a great life because you're going to experience so many things.
Well done.
Wow. What she said.
Right. That allows you to meet new people and grow in those ways. I mean, I've been with the Sisters now for 6 months, and I found out new things about myself I never knew. Manager of a private country club for 10 years, and then now I handle packages. So, you know, working for a delivery
Both big
company.
and small.
Wait a minute.
So going on with the meeting new people, just getting out there, traveling, really opens up your mind to the world. I'm very narrow to, oh my God, there's so much more.
It sounds like we want to stay true to ourselves and follow our own interests. So how do you do that? You know, those societal pressures and those expectations that are set on us, like a career path is this, and this means that you are successful, and this means that you're not successful. How do you stay true to those interests and what you love and what drives you?
I feel it has to do a lot to do with introspection. So for me, I kind of broke out of that societal limitation, or I'm still kind of finding my way through it because I recently came out as trans, and that is something that makes you question everything just by itself, especially when it comes to society, especially when it comes to career aspirations and goals, because a lot of times for people in my community, we tend to run into more walls and glass ceilings than most. So we end up having to create our own joy, our own aspirations. We do a lot of introspection to find out who we are and what we like, and what gives us our passion, what feeds us, as opposed to what we need to do to please others. So for me, breaking through societal limitations had a lot to do with me discovering that I was trans, and that really helped kind of propel me forward once I realized that a lot of society's schools are BS.
And to build on that, it kind of like, it's that discovery of who the hell is the person deciding what these expectations are? Who are the people that are writing this like rubric for like what success means? Like that they're, hey, spoiler alert, nobody, like yourself, because we are in control of our own destiny and we are in control of our own path. We don't have, there's no like kind of societal, yes, there are guidebooks and like things that you should do or shouldn't do, but that's all like, it's literally, there's no set of rules. It's more just like, well, this is what worked for other people. Maybe it'll work for you, but like, try it. And if it doesn't, then try something different. There's no set like schedule for figuring yourself out.
What makes you happy?
Precisely.
Because if you think about it, when you go work for a company, and most people, I'm going to be the boss or be the manager, and then a majority of them, when they get there, well, they're not happy anymore. They want more. It's always about wanting more. So I think finding what makes you happy and satisfied is the most important thing. Trying to grow.
I think there's a really important point that Devoida made, building off of what Sister Kama made, in that a lot of the societal pressures or people who are trying to tell you what to do, whether it's parents or peers or friends and stuff, if you approach that from the perspective of they're giving you what worked for them, they're giving you the advice for them, that doesn't mean that you have to do anything about it. You can just listen to what they said and look at it as an example. Like Devoida was saying, that's an example that worked for someone. But to your point, it may not work for me. That's not my life journey. So take in all the advice people are giving you, and people often are giving you advice with positive intent. They want to help. It just may not apply to you. And some people aren't really savvy on how to give advice in a way that doesn't become pressure. It's just they accidentally pressure you into, you have to do this, these are the rules. Sometimes they didn't mean that. That's just what they grew up under or what they experienced. So take that advice in, but you don't have to do anything about what someone else says you should do. It's advice, it's not the rule book.
Right.
And then you take into everybody's learning process. Some people are auditory, some people are visual, some people are hands-on. It changes the evolution of how they are able to get to that end goal of where do I want to be when I grow up. I know for myself, I wanted to go to culinary school. I went to culinary school, became a chef, was diagnosed with HIV in 2016, and everything seemed to change. Didn't know what I wanted. Didn't know where I wanted to go. I knew I wanted to do something with our community, to give back, to spread awareness, and that's when I started Drip. And it's slowly evolved. I was first introduced to the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence in California, and here I am today, living that dream of I wanted to be there, and now I'm here.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. You know, beyond this concept regarding who I want to be when I grow up, our focus is so much on who, or the word who, and a lot of times that who relates directly to career paths, job titles, these very specific things. But how do we get past that? How do we define it differently? That success, you know, we've said success means joy, success means happiness, success means that, but how do we do that for other people or spread that? How do we get that out into the community, that this who I want to be can be anything, not just a job title or career path?
I would start with the fact that your job is your 9 to 5. That's 8 hours of your day. There's 16 hours left. Who is that person? That is 2/3 of your day, which means 2/3 of your life. And if you add in weekends, an even bigger percentage. Who's that person? That part outside of what you do to earn a paycheck, what you do generally for someone else. Who's the person who you're going to go home to when you look in the mirror every day, independent of the person sitting in the cubicle, typing away on a keyboard after they getting carpal tunnel syndrome?
Who do you work with? Who are the people you surround yourself with during the day? A coworker and I said, we laughed, and he's like, gosh, I'm around you more than I am my wife. Because, we work 10 hours a day, so.
It's handling those packages, right?
Yes.
Weird way to hit
I think even with that is seeing beyond just this who. You said like the people that you're around. When I think of who I want to be, I don't want to be an asshole first. I don't want to do that. But I also think about who I'm surrounding my circle or building my family of. With that queerness baked in, we build our families. We have that family that we develop, and that's who I want to be. I want to be a part of this family, and Four City Sisters have helped me find part of that family. So I appreciate my sisters being here, but also helping us see that, breaking past that. So, go ahead. No, go
I
ahead.
was going to say, one thing that's always stuck with me is you always want to surround yourself with like-minded people. That way it can better achieve all of your goals, but they uplift you, they support you, they cheer you on your greatest achievements, they root for you when you are down, help lift you up when you're down, and that's what family is. It's not your blood, not necessarily always your blood, but it's that circle that you surround yourself with on a day-to-day basis. Thank you, Linda.
She brought the yeah.
Our friend Linda Hans.
Our seventh panel member.
Yes. She's done a lot for us, you know.
Very handy.
So, thinking about this idea of finding us and our identity and success and things, not everybody has a burning passion at a young age. Maybe they don't know who they want to be. So, what advice can you give those that maybe are struggling with identifying a clear path as they get older, like some of you?
Are we allowed to cuss here? Bitch. I think the biggest piece of advice that I ever got that has stuck with me, there's two different ones. One of them is from Miss Frizzle, take chances, make mistakes, and get messy. And then the other one comes from Tu Wong Fu, Thanks for Everything, Julie Newmar. And it's the 4 steps that Vita and Maxima came up with to how to become a drag queen. Step 1 is to let good thoughts be your sword and shield. Step 2 is to ignore adversity. Step 3 is abide by the rules of love. And step 4 is larger than life is just the right size. Those have never, ever, sent me down a path that I did not feel comfortable going down. And when I keep those in my head and in my heart, it helps me kind of make the correct decisions or choose the correct path that is for me at the time. So yeah.
I think it's very cliche, but the grass isn't always greener on the other side. Always got me because just do what you want to do. Don't go over there because you think it might be better. Just follow your heart.
Our saying in the behavioral health field is the grass isn't always greener on the other side because you're not over there fucking it up yet.
Yeah.
I would also say it's never too late. So I know that as I get older, at least personally, I'll put limitations on myself because I don't think that I can do because I'm getting older until I realize that what I'm trying to do makes me happy. And the only person stopping me from doing it is myself. So for me, the advice I would give is make sure to check yourself that you're not limiting yourself because you don't think you can do it, but it's too late. But also, it's all in your joy. Joy is the greatest form of resistance, whether it's against societal pressure or even against yourself when you're trying to limit yourself. Sometimes we can do our own worst things.
Give yourself that permission to be happy. But to one of the points that Sister Kama was saying, I think that there's this idea that you have to find this path that exists out there already. But as we've all kind of said, there isn't one for you. You get to pick it. It is a clear field for you to proceed into. It is not a predetermined path you have to follow. So frolic through the field and find what you're going to do. You don't have to find that spark at the beginning. There's no deadline. Why would you put that pressure on yourself? You're putting the pressure on yourself to find that spark and identify that path. No, you don't have to. It's a field full of flowers. Frolic a little. Have a little fun. And if you're lucky, maybe you'll find a path that is kind of predetermined and already exists, and you can follow that, and that will make it a little bit easier. But some of us are going to frolic in circles for a little while until we figure out which direction we want to go in that field and proceed out that field. But I think one thing that you can do to find your spark, similar to what some of the sisters were talking about, is find something that motivates you. And sometimes that motivation can be exterior. It can be, I want to do that, I want to be like that, or I want to fight that. I want to stop that from being a thing. And that's my motivation. That's my spark. And you can advocate against things as much as you can advocate for things and use it as your motivation to find that path out of the field so that you
one thing that I've always held close to me is you miss 100% of the opportunities you don't take. And no matter what, give it a best shot. If it's something that you need to turn around and come back and try again, hey, you learned something in the process of getting there.
So, Patty brought up a great point about this environment in which we're trying to build, that people get to explore things and take chances and make mistakes and do all of these things, right? So how do we do that? Like, how do we develop a society that encourages people to seek difference, to explore, to be different with who they are and what they want to do? I want to know, like, what do you encourage, or how do you encourage somebody to do that?
I'll start with part of my day job being very, very risk averse. We do not want to accept risk in what I do for a living, but we've recognized that so long as we maintain that very risk averse posture, we're never going to develop and grow the new things we need to do to survive in future economies and worlds and countries and regions and cities. We're not going to evolve because we're not changing anything because we're so scared. So one of the hardest parts about creating that environment that embraces exploration and trying is to be okay with failure. You have to embrace the concept, and it's okay to your point earlier, it's okay to fail. You learned something along the way in that failure. So it wasn't a failure. I think it wasn't Einstein. Who's the guy who made the light bulb? Edison. I didn't find 1,000 ways not to make a light bulb. I found it. You know what I'm going for here. I'm trying.
You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job.
But that one, he found 1,000 ways not to make a light bulb. And then one works. But those 1,000 ways now he knows those don't work. What he's trying to do, and nothing wrong with that. I got there in the end.
You
Sure.
It's okay. It's a roundabout way. It's fine. It works. Yeah, exactly.
To kind of piggyback off of what Patty was saying, we do need to make room to be able to mess up gloriously so that we can learn from it, but we also need to rediscover what play is. So a lot of finding out our path and career aspirations, finding out who we are is how we connect to other people and the communities that we build. So the only way that we can really do that is if we find joy in each other and mirror and soundboard off of each other. Community is one of the most important things to really humanity, at least in my opinion. And if we give each other the space actively to be able to play, be able to explore, and to be able to mess up without terrible consequences where we feel societal shame, I feel that's the best way overall.
There's a really, I'm going to try and keep this short and simple. There's a really beautiful story within Plato's Symposium that talks about how we all used to be big giant blobs with 2 sets of arms and legs and 2 heads and everything like that. And then the gods thought, oh, they're going to mess with us. We need to cut them down in size. And Zeus literally took his lightning bolts and pretty much literally cut us in half and split us apart and scattered us all to each corner of the earth. And when I read that, I think, so life is just us trying to find the people that we were once with. It's finding that tribe that we were with when we were all kind of together and all kind of whole. And so I think that's what life is now, finding that tribe and finding your people. And once you do that, you will start to feel more empowered because the people around you do empower you and make you feel like you are invincible. They make you feel beautiful, but what the fuck does that even mean? When you don't feel that way, they will do everything they can to support and to push you and to encourage you to continue blossoming into the beautiful, perfect, unperfect human that you are. And it's magical to kind of start realizing that you have found those people. You might know them for a day, you might know them for 5 minutes, you might stand behind them at the line at the grocery store. You never know when you're going to find them or how long they're going to be in a part of your life. So as long as you find them and take what you can from that experience and grow from that, I think you're on the right path. And there's never going to be any sort of like adversity coming from that area.
That's one thing that I've always noticed within my journey just to becoming where I am today. Every person that's entered your life entered it for a reason. One way or another, they either taught you something, shaped you a certain way, or helped lift you up in a moment that it was just, you needed lifted up and you needed your spirits raised. It could be something so simple as a doctor or a nurse in the hospital just helping you in that moment. Never seeing them again in your life, but in that moment, they made you feel. So every person that we ever interact with is always something to take from that interaction.
Beautiful. So thinking about this journey that we have, this path that we're taking, how do we deal with failure? How does that integrate into our lives? How do we learn from failure and accept failure as a growth? What lessons have you learned from failure?
I mean, an easy way to even begin that topic is you think you're at your dream job, and next thing you know, you're not. And no matter what, if it was for valid reasons or just it was ties were cut, you're learning from that moment of what did I do wrong? How can I shape this to do better? How can I achieve better goals in my next step? Always looking forward to how society will be able to shape you for tomorrow. And no matter what, it's a learning curve. You're constantly going to learn. You're going to fail. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to get up and try again.
Feedback off that. I think you should look forward to failure. That sounds so wrong to say, but I don't know if you've seen the movie Inside Out, but she's running around and learns little lessons not to do this, not to do that, and you only grow from it. So, I mean, I welcome it and get excited to expand my mind and actions and learn something new.
And sometimes we make the same mistake twice, but as long as it's teaching you something in that process. I know most people will always try not to make the same mistakes more than once because now you're making it a habit. And if it's a habit, then it just becomes comfortable. And if it continues to go, what are you learning? You're learning to live in that comfort zone of, okay, I did it once, I can do it again.
I think tying together some of the points the sisters have made, every failure is a stepping stone towards where you're trying to go, but to one of the points that Boyd was making, in order to be able to survive through those failures, because sometimes failure is going to be a massive life change where everything you're familiar with all of a sudden is not what you thought it was, and it's time to transition to your next chapter. So go back to the building product. But in order to do that, there has to be some kind of safety net, some kind of community that can catch you and help you. Some of that is your own responsibility as a grown-up to make sure that you have an ability to survive those failures. So there is a component to being grown up of taking care of yourself and planning for failure, making sure that you have a little bit of savings, a little bit of this, that, and the other. And even if you struggle with that, to Devorah's point, find that community that you can lean into that can help you, because you are not alone. There are people who are here who love you to help you. There are some people that are here for a reason to learn something. Some people are here for a season to teach you a specific lesson or to support you through a specific phase of your life. And some people are here for all time. And those are the ones to really lean on because they will take care of you and help you through those failures. So in order to really learn from failure, part of that is your own contingency planning and making sure that you found that community and reached out to whatever it is that motivates you inside your heart. And those similar people with a similar message, find your people who think and act like you, who will help you through all those failures.
So one of my soapboxes is self-care. And I don't know if the sisters know this, but it's a big proponent in my life. And in my personal, my career, everything is all about that. So there's this line that we have to kind of balance out, right? We don't want to cross too much when we have these goals and aspirations. We're striving to do something and achieve something. Where is that line where we are crossing over? You know, if it's our career, is something missing? Are we forgetting something? Are we, missing deadlines of things because we're trying to balance family? How do we balance that? How do we balance our personal lives and our professional, or our goals and our personal lives?
I've got two quick thoughts right off the bat on that one. One is that the moment you leave your job, they're going to replace you pretty quick. So if you're putting more into them than they're putting into you, think about that for a second. And then the second one I've got pretty quick is the importance of defining boundaries. Boundaries are not defined as, you will not do this to me, boss, company, this, that, the other. It's defined as, if you do this, then I will do this. That is my boundary. And you need to know that in advance. And make sure you're not violating your own boundaries. Hold your boundaries. That is part of self-care. As much as is taking a hot bath with Epsom salt and a glass of wine, guilty. But a component of self-care is knowing your boundaries and respecting your own boundaries.
Anybody want to add on that one? No?
She hit it on the head.
It was good. I thought you were adding over there. You was falling out of the chair. It's okay. It's fine. Another thing with this growth mentality we're talking about growing up is those that we seek validation from or information from, that mentorship. What do you seek in a mentor? Who do you strive to be, or who do you want information from in your own personal lives?
I know for me, as a chef, my mentors are my leaders, my bosses. They have lived the examples of where I want to go or what accomplishments I want to see in my own life. I worked for a celebrity chef in San Diego, and I learned so much within that atmosphere of owning a restaurant, seeing it start from the ground up before there was even a foundation for it in the building, and building that family within a job structure like that. You see each other more than the people that you do on a regular basis, and you are family. You are learning together. You are striving to put the best plate on the table. And as long as you're living in that mentality of learning and growing, I think you can continue to put that best plate on the table.
I'd offer up, I'm lucky to get to have one of my mentors here with us today, my big sister, Kama. When you join the house, you either get chosen by a big or you get to pick your big, who's someone that you look up to, and there's things that you can learn from. I specifically chose Kama because I recognized pretty quickly after meeting them that there are things that they are really good at that I am not. I am very decisive, very quick, very proactive to do things, and a lot of that comes from just my personality. Some of it comes from my life outside of sistering. I know, right?
Shocking.
You. Never. But there are times when it's more appropriate to take a softer approach, to slow things down. And though I have the ability, practicing it doesn't come up as often in my day job, so I knew I wanted to spend time with Kama to talk about that and learn how she does it, because she does it phenomenally. People will come up to our booth or up to wherever we're at as sisters and just instantly gravitate to her. And you can see that there's just this deep emotional instant connection and this soft approach to take care of someone who's struggling or needs a little extra special attention, and just like a black hole gravitates towards her, and she just takes care of them and puts them in a warm and fuzzy place and then sends them off on their way. I did just call her a black hole by accident, sorry.
I don't know.
Not true.
I don't.
So in a sense, it's gravitating towards the person that you want to be.
Ooh,
Look at you
beautiful.
putting the bumper sticker out there.
Yeah, that was really good. But yeah, absolutely. I think it's something, that mentorship that we're seeking out, or those people we're surrounding ourselves with and we're gravitating towards, not just Kama, but other people, that we're gravitating towards. Exactly, yeah. Are those peoples we see quality in, that we want to have or that we want feedback on. I know in my life, I seek mentors out of people that are either somebody that I strive to be, they have the career path or the job or something about them that I'm striving for, and I kind of want that secret. How did you get there? But then I also want people in my life that are my mentors that are different, that are the exact opposite of me, because I want to learn from them. And I think one of the things that we get stuck in is this, we're learning certain things, or we've got certain cultural, environmental information, but we don't seek out beyond that little box that we put ourselves in. So how do we perpetuate this idea of lifelong learning or growth over time?
That's a huge point, and I'm glad you brought it up. I think when it comes to picking a mentor, sometimes your mentor doesn't have to know they're your mentor. You can follow someone because there's things that you can learn from them that they never knew that you were following them. And a good example of that that's a little bit different and outside the box is pick a mentor that you don't like. Pick someone who's a person that you don't want to be like, who's the bad person. Why are they bad? Learn from them and figure out what it is they're doing to make sure you never perpetuate that in yourself. Make that part of your motivation to do what it is you're doing. Because you can have good and bad mentors. The good mentors you're going to lean in and invest and build a relationship with. But the bad ones are ones where you're going to look at and you're going to go, there's something wrong here. I don't want to be like that. I don't want that part of my life or part of my universe or my community. And so I'm going to do what I can to prevent that from perpetuating, whatever it can be. And that can be a motivation that can move you forwards, and you can learn from that person as much as you can learn from someone who's like you and thinks like you.
Beautiful. All right. You hit it right on that. I don't even know how to end with that one. Okay, okay. So I just want to open it up to all of the sisters. If there are any other sentiments that you may have regarding this topic or just in general, any words of wisdom, advice from the ether, from our journey, from our house, some blessing, something that you want to share with everyone.
I'll start with from Finding Nemo, just keep swimming. Back to the first question that we had as the panel is the concept of when you grow up, what do you have to be? Why do you ever have to finish growing up? Just keep swimming, just keep frolicking. There's no real actual rule that says that you have to be done at any point in time. You're not a taken oven. You can cook for as long as you need to and then recook and recook and recook.
You won't go stale.
You won't go stale, that's true.
No.
Just
rock hard.
Live life, have fun, and make the mistakes, try again, and just keep going.
Oh, gross.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Stunning. Gorgeous.
I guess I would say, especially to people who deal with anxiety, when it comes to making mistakes, like I know with myself, I feel like really, like I get really upset at myself when I feel like I make mistakes or I do a societal faux pas or because in my mind my anxiety is like really like what's going on. So I feel like when it comes to navigating through life, especially if you deal with conditions such as mine, like anxiety, depression, things of that nature, it's just really important to do, just like Anastasia said, self-care. Like, I really feel, and I've learned recently that self-care has to be a priority in your life, because that's how you prioritize yourself.
Absolutely. But also, who the hell says what societal like expectations are? Like we are like from our like community, you know, the L's, the G's, the B's, all the other letters. We have grown up being taught and being attempted to be taught that we are a societal faux pas just in our existence. And there's a lot of power in that. And as long as we are living in that power and using that power for good, I think we can continue being as beautiful and as magical as we want to be, because we are still growing, and the fact that we are understanding that societal faux pas for us are not the same as for others. Like, we all have our own kind of rubric that we're living by, and everybody's rubric can be different. That does not mean that you need to take your rubric and try and shove it down our throats. So making sure that, well, I mean, except for Shonda, who likes handling those packages and things, but
I think just don't take life too seriously.
you can't. We're little specks of dust.
No one gets out alive.
Literally.
Have a little fun.
All of this means nothing. Literally.
I think with the sisters, just us on a journey together, one of the things that I have learned is that it is a development that we go through, but it breaks those societal constructs, those socially constructed norms that exist. I think one of the things that we can learn from this is that you don't have to take the path that everybody else says, and you don't have to be what everybody else expects us to be. And it could change 50,000 times, and that's okay. That can mean that you're just a human being, which you are, unless you're a dragon or a dinosaur or Barney, maybe. Men in dresses, absolutely. Some of us.
Some of us are men.
Yes. So I appreciate everybody being here, and honestly, when I become Empress, because that's my career goal, all of you all are welcome to be in my kingdom. So,
The Dollar General, Queen Amidala.
Thank you so much. So I think we have just a few minutes if we want to open it up to anybody that has any questions. We'll kind of moderate those questions.
None? We were
No,
all
I think
great.
you got. I think you guys got these guys got it covered, man. They don't seem to have any questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having us. Oh, yeah, we're beautiful. Thank you.
Absolutely. Let's give the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence an incredibly big round of applause. Thank you very, very much. You made me cry almost a couple times. It was great. And that brings to a close the segment, I believe.
Yes.
Thank you very much. It is now, I believe, 5:40 something?
5:32.
5:32. The next event is going to be, guesses anybody? Skepticon. That's right. You win nothing. But you win nothing, you like it. But that will be happening here at 9 o'clock. There are plenty of cool places to get something to eat. I would give everybody a heads up that there is a soccer game tonight down at the stadium. And so that end of the hotel might be a little crowded. And other than that, everyone enjoy themselves. We'll be back here to have fun at 9 o'clock. At 10 o'clock will be the auction results in the middle of prom. Oh, you have a question? Hang on.
She's helped me learn a lot of the opportunities of how to make our regalia, such as our bibs, our cornets. We have a lot of outfits within our communal closet, since we have a good amount of us that are all the same size, and it works wonderfully, that are handmade. This dress here Shonda is wearing is one of the dresses that our prioress has made.
She's got the best view of
She's
it.
swinging from a chandelier. But yes, this is one of our main structures of the dresses that we produce regularly. They're very simple. It's very simple to put together, but they're easy to wear. Okay, yeah.
You guys should definitely get together during the time between now and prom.